I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want it, lives the future. And you step down and would you follow me to wander? Beside I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things.
Hello and welcome as we are almost ready to start our 24 hours of Daytona. We are currently looking into a nice and clear sky right down in Florida, and we are waiting for already 190 drivers, I think it is, to start the race and get going. In the race, we have a multi-class. So, as usual, also as of 2 weeks ago, where Porsche took the win in Daytona, we have hypercars, GT3s, and overall we have 31 teams with 115 drivers. The year 2026 already showed some changes when it comes to technological steps, as well as changes with the setup as BMW showed their M4 GT3 Evo. And now we are all ready and set up for starting the race in the next few minutes. But before we start with the race, I first want to give a little introduction into the race and how it is held itself. The Daytona 24 Hours was first held in 1966 in such event, and the most prosperous winner in the race so far is Porsche. They took their wins with the infamous 917K, which is also known in the Salzburg design. Currently, we are looking at 12 hypercar teams, which are fighting for the title, with 2 Cadillacs in front. Although, just 2 weeks ago, as I already mentioned, the Porsche 963 with a V8 took the win. If you're not too familiar with the layout of 24-hour racing, the basic concept is not only on speed and getting the right hot lap in, it's already about being tough enough and being like tough built to complete 24 hours on the edge. 24 hours not only means that the car itself, from a mechanical point of view, is under a lot of stress. It also means that the drivers themselves are. In a regular setup, there's at least 3 drivers taking seats, doing about 1 hour each if you're going into the pit, and swapping. Driving 24 hours doesn't only mean right now you can already see the drivers getting warm, getting into the feeling. Although they are not driving in the real cars right now, but in the sims, it is also very important to get a feel for your driving rig and everything in time and to get the feeling. And they are currently trying to get their first stints in, getting first laps. And we are then waiting for the formation lap, which goes off with a flying start. So, there you see it. We are currently looking at the number 31, a 963 Porsche with a media world design from the team HGE, where we are currently looking at the side flip. In the hypercar class, we have an ongoing class which has multiple manufacturers such as Cadillac, Alpine, Porsche, BMW, and even Peugeot, which infamously had a no wing setup starting into the series about 4 years ago. The Cadillac is very much loved and liked for the sound of its huge 5.7 liter V8, which sounds like it's coming straight from hell. Here we can also already get a little peek at each of the liveries which the teams designed them themselves, and where they also represent their supporters or even their sponsors. Here we are currently looking at a Lexus with a green and white design. And now probably we are also inside its chassis, looking at the Porsche, which will be chasing it down the road when we go into the race later. Now we have a very nice design with a BMW with complementary colors with purple and yellow. The M4 has been in action for a few years already now as BMW's GT3 car. Oh, now we are waiting. It's the last minute before. Oh no, it's already starting right now. So, for introduction, we don't have a standing start like you might know it from other series. This race starts with a formation lap, or as you might call it in German, Einführungsrunde. There, the cars follow the Porsche Turbo S, which you are looking at right now, as it gets the whole grid going before they start from their positions on. In this time, they are not allowed to overtake the safety car, neither they are allowed to go over a designated speed limit. The places in which they will start right now is determined by their times they've set in qualification, their quali. And now you can see them already riding their squiggly lines to get temperature into their tires, with the whole crowd being a little bit all over the place. Here we are currently following the GT3 class, where I think we have a Lexus in pole position, closely followed by a Porsche 992 GT3R. And there you can also see how big this field is. The severe vastness of the grid doesn't only mean that you have a lot of competition, it also means that you have a lot of cars to look out for, especially for the hypercars. This may be an issue one or the other time, because you are currently being chased by your enemy, and then they are getting right at your back because you're being blocked by a GT3. As I think we are now getting ready for starting the race with the hypercars getting into position. You can see it's getting calmer in the grid. They're still following the safety car. Right into bus stop chicane. As a little historic fact, the bus stop chicane was only added to the track because of the sheer severity of crashes as the cars exceeded 300 kilometers per hour on the straight, which led to more and more fatal crashes. So we can see the safety car is already taking off. It's leaving the grid behind, which is getting into formation, as you can see at the right-hand corner of the screen right now. And now they are only waiting to get started. So, now we are getting all prepared for the start. The safety car is now leaving the track, and now we are only waiting for the Cadillac with the number 023 to start the race, to floor it, and then the whole grid will follow it. Everything is still calm with the two Cadillacs in front. And now we can already wait. Oh, we have the first crashes behind, as the Cadillac easily gets in front. So the following Cadillac with the number 887 is already attacked by the Porsche, which now is in second place. With the Cadillac in front from the Watt team already getting a little lead. Oh, and there's one off the track. Porsche is already at the back of the leading Cadillac, as I think we had a pretty rough start already for the hypercars. As we already start with the GT3s as well. Lexus just getting in front easily. Currently it's looking a lot cleaner than expected. The whole grid is in formation. Everything has found its spot. As we see the Mustang getting back into place. And the leading Lexus in the GT3 class is already being chased by the 992 GT3R Porsche. It's always important to keep in mind when you're in a battle that you may also lose time in retrospective, which means you may be waiting just to get attacked by the next one just behind you both. Oh, and there we see the Porsche now gets in front with a great move in turn one. As we also look at the Lexus and Porsche GT3 and the GT3 cars again. Oh, and there we have a McLaren. We have the McLaren of the number 186, which just got by. Oh, and there was a spin. Who is it? Oh, we don't know. Next one. Yeah, it's also important, like if you already had cold tires in the first lap, you may even have the issue to get them up to temperature, which leads to a much higher probability of spinning out. And also with the race going on, we are looking at the much calmer race structure with the gaps between the cars getting smaller. And there we are looking. Now we have the Porsche with the number 130 closely chased by the Cadillac with the 1010, which just got by at the bus stop chicane. Oh, a GTR Nissan has spun on track, and now he has to be careful to get back on track safely, because that might cause a penalty for him if he doesn't. Oh, there was a McLaren just getting off the track, but he was able to hold it still. So we're currently looking at the BMW by Team Limit X. Oh. So as you can see, there's still a lot of action right in the hypercar field as they are already approaching the first GT3 car, which they are lapping. Didn't expect it that early in the session, but that's racing. Oh, there's close fighting. 3 wide as MSC Down is being chased by Corvette and the Lexus, I think. With the Corvette going wide into turn. Oh, there was a hit into the wall. Now we have a Corvette in the lead. Not in the lead, but right in front. Okay, and the fight between MSC Down and the Nexus of RSM is still going on as they are fighting, and MSC Down is getting in front of his opponent with the number 287 as they are already approaching an Acura NSX, which Down now tries to get the lead from, as they're going 3 wide down the straight. And now they're getting into the next braking zone. And everything has gone smoothly so far. As the next Corvette is getting into place, with the Lexus losing one place after the other. That's what I was talking about. The critical part of it is, when you're fighting with an opponent, you may... Oh, an area spin. Both the Corvette and the Lexus. Probably the race director will also get a look into that, as these incidents take in for a lot of Now we are looking at the GT3 and the Honda NSX currently fighting for a position. There we have the McLaren 933 currently chasing the Corvette with the number 797 as they go through the banked walls of Daytona. And now again on the straight, he's in the slipstream. Does he go for the move? I think he will. He's very close. Might just happen. As they go into turn 1, maybe he tries it on the brakes. Oh, he does. Let's see if he does it cleanly. Yes, the Corvette goes wide. Oh no, they're still side by sides. And the McLaren does it smoothly. Very nice, very well done. There the McLaren goes a little bit wide and we just has to keep it on track. As we're currently looking at an Alpine. Now we have a lot of GT3 action as well as the hypercars. So there we can see how sketchy it might just be being in a hypercar right there. As they try to avoid the GT3s and try not to lose speed while going through the bank curves. So let's see where we can... Oh, okay, the GTR is getting wide as we want to see where we get interaction. We are currently looking at the yellow Cadillac with the number 292, which is getting his work done with the GT3s while being chased, as we want to get to the number 7. Let's see. So now we are currently looking at the Peugeot. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm currently trying to get a technical issue done. Oh, and there we had a short position change with the leader. So let's see where we can get into action, as we are currently looking at a close chase, also for the lead in the hypercar class, where we have the Alpine chasing the Porsche. The Alpine must have been quite good in the opening laps, as they were not to be seen in the first 5 starting. There we just have to find the right there. So now we are first person with the engine rolling in the back, and we are chasing down the Porsche 963 for the lead in the Alpine by Team Watt. Let's see. The race has been going for some time, and I'm going to have a look at if we already have penalties for some cars. While we are getting a look at the number 7, which is currently chasing the Cadillac, or with the position 7, with the Alpine of the 887. So I think we're pretty fine so far with the cars. As we see a fastest lap by number 059, which is currently right behind the Mercedes, fighting for position 18, which means it's position 6 in class. Well, we have close action right now. This right with the number 933, as did both McLarens are currently fighting. Oh, sorry, my bad. It was a Corvette, which is chased by a McLaren. I think I was a bit off with the papaya design on the Corvette. Well, let's see. McLaren very close to the Corvette as we are currently getting into the banking. And now they're getting on full throttle, going very much about 200 kilometers an hour down to the straight, where they have to brake in a few seconds for the bus stop. Oh no. Oh, there was nothing happening right there. It's still very close between them. But let's see, maybe he's just patient. Oh, and I think we have an issue with the... Yeah, we have an issue with the first hypercar. I think it's... Yeah, it was in the pits. We have the team with the 82, which did their first pit stop already. Probably already had issues with the... Oh, and there we spin. Okay. I think that was a Corvette there. It is the poor Corvette of Team Eisen. As the number one, the Porsche has set the fastest lap for the race so far. Therefore, he's extending his lead over the following Alpine just a bit. As we are very closely looking at a Cadillac being chased by a other Cadillac and a BMW right in front of that. So we have three people here going right behind each other. So let's stick to that a little bit and see how this goes on. We are currently looking at three cars just in a matter of 1 second, chasing down, probably going 300 kilometers an hour down the straight. Yeah, and there we have the 300 kilometers mark. Saying no. Break into the bus stop chicane in just a few seconds. Oh, there we see it. The Cadillac and the BMW were closely fighting, where they have lost time to the Cadillac with the number 10 in front of them. There you have it again. Fighting also means losing time sometimes, as the Cadillac now is getting right next to the BMW, going to the tricky section in the infield. there we have the BMW right on the back of the Cadillac right now. See how close it's getting, and now they're getting to the bus stop chicane where everything decides on the brakes. They go through the bankings. Oh no, it's all after the bus stop chicane. We're going onto the start and finish line into the next lap as they go forward, causing a collision and cars flipping all over the place. Oh no, oh no, oh no. That is terrible. As they both tried to overtake two GT3s, they crashed, and therefore I think it's race over for the BMW, which was so close, so close to getting into the next position. Position 3, right to the podium. I'm not too familiar with what they are able to do as they're currently laying on the side, but it's never too late in a 24-hour race. We have seen many occasions where a car which has been in the pit stop for multiple hours, maybe even, still getting a podium or even getting a victory. So we are currently only half an hour into the race, but be sure it's never too late when you are driving in 24 hours. We're currently looking at an Aston Martin getting chased by two cars as well with a very close gap. Oh, and the leader change. There we have to have a look at it. As we are currently looking at the back of the Porsche, which is getting high again. There we have it. The Alpine now in second place again. And let's see how they get through this sketchy section. Porsche just taking back his position again, which he's lost to the Alpine in the last few laps. Let's stick to that just a few times. As it's still very close between the both, as they are going into the bankings again. So, just to give you some information, currently we have the team in first place. With the number 31, it is HGE Racing Esports being chased by the number 23, being Mod E Racing with the number 1, which is the Genesis GMR actually. I think there's a misunderstanding because it shows me that the manufacturer is Alpine, but this is probably to be solved. Oh, as he went by, the Porsche clips the Genesis, as we know now, which might just be fine because the Genesis didn't spin. But surely they won't be lasting 24 hours with that driving. So let's see. Take a look into the GT3 class again, as we can look at the number 729 being chased by an Aston Martin, which is just under a second behind us, and now probably having an advantage by having a slipstream. While they're going 260 kilometers down the straight, now getting up to 270. And we are back to the Genesis in front, just being chased again by the Porsche, and the Porsche going into turn 1 again. They're now side by side. The Porsche just getting in front again. Let's see how this goes on. What a fight in front there. Didn't expect this to last like half an hour already. Oh, and the Genesis spins off. He spins off in a close fight for the lead. The Genesis loses its nerves, which is more than convenient for the Porsche, as he can now focus on getting clean laps in, not having to fight for position, as his next opponent is over 5 seconds behind him. Although we are looking at a closer fight with the number 2 car, where the both cars on podium are currently fighting for second place. And there we have a spin from MSD down with the number 114. Which is actually my hometown team, so I'm silently always cheering for them. So we are a little bit sad to see them, but they are currently in the middle of the GT3 field, with personally I think one of the best designs in the field. As we have to get back into action for second place, where we can now see the both Cadillacs fighting into turn 1. It's still getting closer and closer up there. First we had the very, very close fight for first place, which has now been interrupted by the off-track crash from the Cadillac, from the Genesis, which is now in 4th place. So let's see how this develops now. So we have the Cadillac in front getting a little bit better exit out there, but now obviously the car following him is majorly getting advantage by driving in the slipstream, as they get into the bus stop chicane right now. Still being as close as half a second divided. And now we are getting into a section where they might just change positions. The Cadillac from Team Boyle just trying to get into position 2 there. But it might happen in this lap there, as they're getting very, very close. Now he is making a lot of moves, so I think we have to stick to that. Although it's been going on like for 2 laps already, I think it's just too important to see how this ends. The gap hasn't really changed at all in the last seconds, or last laps. So you can now have a look at the Cadillac getting right by. Now he tries to move. Getting right there, we were on last lap, and he does not make it stick. With a little bit of too much brake pressure there. Be advised, the hypercars are also driven without ABS, so the drivers themselves have to be very careful on the brakes not to lock up the tires. is they brake from as much as 300 kilometers an hour. Well, now the gap has been a little bit bigger right now, as we have a close fight right here. With the GT3 of Team Reiter, with the number 76 being chased. So, right here we have Reiter Speed Engineering, no, Reiter Engineering Esports in a Mercedes AMG Evo being chased by the Team 291, which in fact is Team Limitex Racing driving in their BMW M4 GT3 Evo. As we look into a close chase here with the Honda NSX driven by Team VLK, which is the short form for Valkyrie E-Racing, getting in front of the Aston Martin. Funny enough, as Aston Martin themselves have a car being called Valkyrie. As the Aston Martin doesn't have enough speed to do a move into the turn 1 there, as Bolt gets into the infield as well. Oh, and we have to get back into the fight for second position. They are going side by side. Now for the first time, the number 292 was able to get in front. Let's see how this eventually gets out. They're going into the infield and he's back behind again. Oh! No, he's getting off track just as the Genesis did. We are losing our fights because they are losing it in the third turn. Right. So, as I mentioned earlier, it always gets easier and tidier, and this also happens to incidents like these, as we have hypercars spinning while fighting as they brake too late or don't get their apex right, which means that the team number 10 driving their Cadillac, the team Moritz Racing Esports, is now calmly taking second place and might even try to close the gap to the leader, which is only 8 seconds right now. So let's get back to the leader, as I'm going to inform myself about reports and penalties, which we've had so far. Oh, we actually do have something here. We have the team number 665, which in fact is the Cadillac in 7th position right now, which has been fined with wrong starting behavior. As he now makes his way through. Oh! There we also have him in 4th position right now. Oh no, we have two teams with the Cadillac. Alright. The 292, not the 665 of the penalty, just got by the Genesis, which is now chasing him. But it seems like he did have a lot of speed advantage, as he's already extended the gap to 1.5 seconds. We have the BMW from the team Drivetrain Racing and BES, currently making his way through the GT3 field, as he probably fell back due to his incident where he sadly flipped onto his side while fighting for position 1 with the Porsche. Now we can have a look at the fourth position, as we have a closer fight between the Cadillac with the number 292, which just extended the gap, as I was saying, now being chased by the Genesis, which he just took the position from. Maybe due to traffic, may also be the Genesis being faster. Let's see. We have a tricky situation. Oh, no! There we have a huge crash. The number 292 being completely bombed by the Genesis, which he took position 4 from. This must have caused huge mechanical damage, so we might just see the Cadillac getting into the pits earlier to fix this car. Terrible to see that, as the teams are fighting for positions, trying their best to hold it as well. Yeah, there we can see it. He immediately returns to the pits, trying to repair his damage, which is very sad for him, as he just got up into 4th position. Let's just follow him closely for a second. As he's, getting in a pit and probably getting his car fixed, as well as just maybe also performing a driver's change. And here we have a close fight, as the McLaren is chased by MSC Down. There you can see it. Right behind. MSC Down is getting a move done. Not quite, he's not going to get the hang of it, but we stay to this, as these are 3 cars just fighting for the position 22, which means it's for position 10 in class. Let's see how this develops. Here we have the number 168, which is the McLaren, which is team GSIX and FCB. Number 2. We have MSC Down, obviously, with the great design on the M4 GT3 Evo, which is now getting overtaken by the Corvette with the number 888, named Slow Thunder Racing. As we can see, both teams, Slow Thunder Racing and MSC Down, fighting for position, and the McLaren in position 22 obviously profiting from that, as he can extend his gap and might just get a quick second to get a deep breath. As you can see, MSC Down took its position back from the Corvette. Now trying to defend it, as we can see. Let me just quickly have a look at this again. The Corvette going wide as we stick to MSC down. With the current driver being Leon Scheid. Hi Leon. You're doing great. I'm proud of you. As he's fighting for position with the Corvette, getting right at his back, but not getting alongside or even in front of him. But now he's probably having... Yes. Having issues trying to defend as the Corvette gets slipstream. But he seems to have a better exit. Which is why he could hold the gap. Now let's get back into the hypercar. Where we are currently looking at the Alpine being chased by another Alpine. We have team 887, which are the Alpine A424 LMDH, team Simline Rivals Racing Team, being chased by the Alpine with the number 390, which in fact is NGS E-Racing Team, which is in Genesis, as I just now see. So as I'm already getting a bit confused, always be careful when you see the Alpine tag in the markings, as some of them are actually Genesis. So we are now for sure that the 887 is a Alpine, though the 390 is a Genesis. As we get into action right here, where we currently have the number 390 losing ground to the Cadillac behind, which is warming up his tires, I think, and almost leaving the track. Must be careful with that, as the tires get dirty and you might just lose the car on braking. With the fight between MSC down and the Corvette behind, getting closer and closer with the Slow Thunder team, where I just saw numbers reaching 0.1 seconds. So they are really driving bumper to bumper. As you can see, MSC down actually getting quite close to the McLaren front, which they've been chasing before, but couldn't get a hang of it to get around. But there we have Leon Scheid taking his move, get up in front of the car of the number 168, but it's not possible for him yet. Car number 168 is currently being piloted by Tipikong from Thailand. As Leon Scheid gets by, or just quite, does he make it stick? Yes, he does. But then we might just have to move back from the team from Thailand, and they don't make it stick, as we are currently looking at a very, very close fight with three cars just fighting for one position, now being led by the hypercar. As McLaren tries a move, getting side by side. Let's see if he is brave enough to send it into the bus stop chicane. No. Which probably also is the best move for him, as you always risk an incident if you're not close enough. So let's just have a look at the Corvette, which has the best view at the fight between the BMW and the McLaren, which now tries to move ominously down but doesn't make it stick. We are currently driving with the number 888, which is piloted by Nick Kindred from Canada. So cheers to Canada. Thank you for driving such a nice camera car. And let's see how this evolves. As it's still very, very close between the three. With a hypercar getting around, which now could change a lot, as some might have better exit. Just as I say, the Corvette might just be able to get very, very close to the McLaren. Also a very tricky situation here, as all three cars are pretty much in the same fight. So you might just be winning 2 positions as well as losing 2. Oh, and there we have Down getting into the pit. So I think we are currently also in the first pit phase where we have many cars swapping drivers, and then we could also see a lot of new fighting as drivers also have different paces. So we might just have a team with a very fast driver, which now gets a slower driver driving for them, therefore making the fight even more interesting when they're being chased. Let's get back to the leader, as we currently don't have any close fighting right now in the whole field. As I'm using this space where it's a little bit easier, just give myself a little break. So there we are back, getting into the race. As we currently see that the whole grid has been very, very much calmer after the first pit stops have been made. And we're just about to get into the second hour of the race. And currently we have the Genesis with the number 390 from the NGS E-Racing team being driven and just being chased by the Voyo Racing team number 1, driven by PCH from Poland. So both teams are currently fighting for position 4. As we just got into the second hour of the race, but we also have to keep in mind that we still have 23 hours until the race finishes. And after such an eventful first hour, I think we have a great race to still be looking forward to. With only two DNFs so far, both from hypercars. Then we have the number 797 and the car 287. Oh, and a huge crash on the banking with the number 4 and the number 5 as they try to avoid each other and get past the GT3. And that's how important it is to also be concentrated all the time when driving in a multi-class event. As these lapping scenarios with huge differences in velocity just seem to be the biggest factor of incidents in the whole race. As I'm currently having a look, and we don't have any reports so far, apart from the number 665, which we already discussed. As we're currently driving with the leader in his Porsche 963, where we have the HGE Racing Esports, or HGE as it is, it's an Italian team, HGE Racing, which is currently driven by Alberto Ferrarian. So let's see, we are now following the comfortable leader of the GT3 class, which he's been, I think, for all the race so far. While we have Watley Racing Team, currently we have driver Kevin Klein in his Lexus RCF GT3, leading with 18 seconds to spare. As they only seem to extend their lead. we can see that the hypercars are actually getting quite big gaps to each other, where we have the leader having a comfortable gap to the second place with 15 seconds. And we also see that the number 887 is about 40 seconds behind the number 130, which is even 40 seconds behind the number 45, which means we probably won't see any moves done there in the future, as we also have a DNF or not. No, that probably was a graphical issue. But we can look at a closer fight right now, as we have a look at the fight between the Valkyrie team in the NSX and the Corvette right behind. We have the Valkyrie racing team currently being driven by Gunnar Frey from Germany. As we try to stick to them. So we have the Valkyrie team driven by Gunnar Frey being chased from the number 100, which is Moritz Racing Esports. Number 2 in the Chevrolet Corvette Z06 GT3R, driven by Luca Jiska from the Netherlands. At the hypercar there got between both. They probably just extended their gap a little bit already, but it's still very close. Let's see how this evolves. So we also have a closer fight between the Aston Martin with the Mach 80, which is piloted by Martin Dassler, being chased down by the Nissan GT-R, driven by CJ Drew from Siege Motorsports in his Nissan. And now we already did the move, getting past the Aston Martin. In fact, we see him already extending the gap to 0.7 seconds. Oh, where we have a crash with the Valkyrie, driven by Gunnar Frey. Therefore, the Corvette, driven by the Danish team, Dutch team, is in front in 18th position overall and therefore 6th position in class. After the spin, we actually see Gunnar Frey getting quite into a hot position there, as the Nissan driven by CJ Drew is already right at his tail, and he might just lose 2 positions in 1 lap due to his mistake he did in the infield. There we can see the GTR just getting right at his back. Is the camera settings now off already? Now they're going side by side through the banking. Let's see how this develops. Before they go into the next lap, and the GTR is already right in front. Now you can calmly go through the infield, as in fact, Gunnar's actually getting attacked by the next driver. He comes in a Corvette again with the number 100, where we have Luca Jiska at his tail and now already in front. Gunnar seems to have some mechanical damage in the back, which might already have some major impact onto his driving, as his aerodynamics might be damaged. As we actually see, the Nissan also extending his lead quite great already. With the fastest lap so far with the Genesis by the team number 23, currently being piloted by Michael Krause, the What E-Racing team, with the very, very loud, as you can hear right now. This is the Cadillac, and they are driving the Genesis, which also has quite some sound to it, as we can hear right now, as this one is a Genesis. Trying some bump drafting with Gunnar right there. Currently with the number 130, driven by Oliver Luka from Slovenia, driving for AFS 1 Racing Team. So we're currently looking at a very, very quiet and calm field with not too many tight gaps, especially in the hypercar section where the gaps have been extending quite so much. Right now actually see that the car number 2, the Cadillac from Team Moritz Racing, with Michael Dino from Austria currently driving the Cadillac, actually is getting chased by the Genesis from What E-Racing Team, driven by Michael Krause. And the gap is getting smaller and smaller, so Michael Krause is quite on a good trip right now. as he closes the gap down to 2.6 seconds. So let's just head into his car and hear this engine, the Genesis, roaring, as you won't be able to understand me anymore. As a matter of fact, the Genesis, as far as I'm concerned, is actually equipped with two Rally 2-liter turbo four cylinders, which have been put together to form a V8, and the four cylinders are actually taken from the infamous WRC World Champion car from last year, which has been driven by Thierry Neuville. As the gap still stays at 2.5 seconds right now. You see the Porsche and the Corvette, of which are actually sister cars from Thailand, as we can see actually also from the livery on the roof and also the similarities, which must be NGS E-Racing, where we have the driver Savin in the Porsche, Team Ethan, and we have Manut in Team Ethan number 2 with the Corvette. They also have a hypercar, which in fact is the 390, the Genesis, also with the orange livery, where we have driver Pemrapat, also from Thailand, currently piloting their car on position 7. So back at it as we get going in Daytona. As you currently see that we have a position change here with the hypercars of 8 and 9, which might as well just have been an issue with the display. So to recap the last 1.5 hours, I think we can say that it was very, very intense. We had very much close fights, especially in the hypercar class, with the Lexus from the wet team actually having quite an easy gap, as we currently see the Audi with the number 729 being the leader in the GT3 class, although being in the pits. So I think in general we are currently looking at a phase where we have a lot of pit stops, where the whole field is getting mixed again, also later leading to a lot of fighting. So let's see what the next hour brings to us. Well, let's see, we are currently on right following the Cadillac number 10, which is representing the team Moritz Racing, currently driven by Leo Schwarz, which only has a gap of 0.8 seconds currently to the team of What E Racing, currently piloted by Erik Need. So let's see how this develops. Can I fight for position, or do we have a position change for the podium? I'm currently having a look at the data on the team, as we have the number 10 and the number 23, which are currently both fighting for position, both having completed their first long stop. So this is actually fighting for position and not caused by a pit stop. So we are currently with the leader of the GT3 class, Team Cargo, number 729, who have already finished. No, they don't. They don't have any long stops, which might just be the reason why they are in front currently. As we would expect Team Watt, number 179, to be in front, which is currently driven by Dennis Meyer. This team already did their first long stop, and they are currently half a minute behind. With the Audi, we have Team Cargo Fast in the Audi R8 GT3 LMS Evo. As we have a look here at the fight between the Team Valkyrie, which is now piloted by let me just have a look. Currently by Max Meyer, Valkyrie E-Racing in their Honda, which is only 0.7 seconds in front of Team MRE, which is currently piloted by Luka Jeska. The Dutch team is fighting for position 21 overall and position number 10 or 11 in their class. It's right there. Actually, Team Moritz did a great leap forward. So Luca Liske actually got closer and closer to the Honda of Team Valkyrie. And now he gets past, but it's quite rough what he does there. Let's see if they report that. As that was more, as we would say in German, with the Brechstange. Oh, and now Team Valkyrie even goes wide, therefore losing even more positions. And now being down to position 22. Right now we can see that there's not too much happening right now. Although we see that the leader currently in the hypercar class is Team Bohol with the number 675. They have already completed, no they don't have haven't completed any long stops, which probably gave them the opportunity to go into the lead. As we currently look at the driver Krisek from Poland driving their car. They currently get a look back into business with Team Liminex being chased by Team Sieg. With the gap being down to 1.5 or only 1.4 seconds right now. Team Limidex is currently piloted by Jan Emmons in the BMW M4 GT3 as they are being chased by Team Siege from America, where CJ Drews is still driving even after his long stop. As they now easily get past in their GT3. Driving just about 290 kilometers an hour. Imagine that. In these cars. Oh, and there we see the M4 GT3 going very, very right. Where he just has to get it around the corner before hitting the wall at the end there in the runoff area. Oh, news in the hypercar grid, as we see the team SRRT with the number 887, which is the Simline Rivals racing team, piloted by the Polish driver Rafat Gutman, being chased by Team Wall from Poland as well, I think. So just let me get back to their racing action right now, where the gap is down to 0.7 seconds. And as Vohol has two teams, we're currently looking at the 292, which is driven by Sisman in the yellow Cadillac. Currently we are still staying strong at 0.6 seconds, but now we see the back markers, which are being lapped by the hypercars. Oh, tricky situation as you get down out of the banking and back up again, where the car just doesn't know where it wants to go. Oh, and there we see a spin. We see a spin with the hypercars and the GT3, which has been spun as well. I don't quite know who has been involved in there yet, sadly. As we stay with the fight between Team SRRT and Vohol, both Polish drivers. So currently we are looking at a gap of 1 second between both teams. Doesn't seem to be getting any smaller in a minute. But that might as well change very, very quickly as both approach back markers and GT3s, which always involves traffic where one might be restrained from going full throttle or even like go slower through the turn or getting a worse exit, which might just close this gap very incrementally. You can still see the Polish drivers in the hypercars chasing each other, where now the gap actually went up to 2.5 seconds as the Cadillac behind was stuck in traffic. Oh, and a close moment for the number 287, where he almost spun in the bus stop chicane. Right now, out of personal preference, I'm just going to get a quick look at MSC Down, where Leon Scheid just took over the wheel from his colleague Liam. And he's driving in the infield right now, trying to correct the car, which is actually pretty easy to drift. As the rear end tries to get out pretty easily. The Entscheid is currently looking at a gap of 1 minute 20 to the next opponent, which is driving the Corvette. So let's see if they already did their long stop, which might just bring that gap down. Yes, they did. Both did it. So this is also right for position. From the outside, we can also see the very, very beautiful design on the M4 GT3 and the colors of their motorsport club, which I personally am a member of as well. So of course I do have a heart beating for them, and I'm always supporting them. So get in there, Leon. Good luck. They're currently looking at the Porsche, which was in the lead quite some time, with the number 31, the HGE Racing team, where the driver Marco Trionfera is currently piloting a car. The team already did one long stop, whereas both the 665, the 010, no, the 010 did their long stop. So somehow they actually fell behind. No, the order cam is actually looking at Leon Scheid again, but we will slowly switch back to the car in position 5, which is the team SRRT, which we've been following before, as they are being chased by Team Wohol again. Both Polish drivers, as I mentioned before. The gap was down before to 0.8 seconds, but then it increased again to 1.5. And now we'll see how the situation develops. As right now we are holding on tight to the 0.9 seconds. Not too much happening there. Let's get a closer look at them. Situation might just change. Oh, as we see the car number 887 very, very close to the wall while braking for the bus stop chicane. Right now, not too much happening as they're approaching the GT3s again. Oh, it seemed to be tight. Or maybe even there was a collision between the Team Bohol driver and the driver of the GT3 car. Which increased the gap to 1 second. Gap still staying strong. Doesn't move too much. 1 second, 0.1 second, like closer, then they are further away again. So they seem to be going at a very, very similar pace right there. Oh, as we have a look at the fight for position 2. Where we actually have probably the fight for the lead right now, as the current team in the lead did not take their launch stop yet. So taking this into account, this might just be what we are looking at. I've been looking at the gap for quite some time now. It was up to 2 seconds for some laps right now, but it got down to 0.4 for a second. So let's see how this ends. So we get a quick look back at the Polish duel here between the Alpine and the Cadillac. Currently being separated by 0.3 seconds of a second. As the Cadillac actually goes wide there, losing about 0.3 seconds to the car in front. Personally, I think these fights are very, very much why you drive this. This is what really gets you going and what you want to see. Not even as a visitor or as a spectator, but especially like as a driver. This is what really gets you going. This is where your adrenaline just keeps kicking, your heart rate goes up. This is what you want to see. Close fighting. Although it might also be very, very exhausting. Driving behind the same car in just under 1 second of a gap and just not getting closer to it. And there we have it. The Ford GT3 slowed down the Alpine, which then further led to the Cadillac getting through. So congratulations to Poland. Further to Simon Wojcik from Poland, who is now in 5th position. And actually extended that gap quite a lot, as the following car is now in the pits. Oh, and there we see that the Cadillac with the position 2 was probably being held up quite a bit by the car in front. Therefore we see the Genesis behind being right at his back, 0.2 seconds, and that is shrinking. Get in there, let's see it. He's right at his back in the limiter at 320 kilometers an hour as they get into the first corner. being fair, giving each driver the room they need, leaving the space. As we currently see, that gap just almost increased again. As they don't come past the back marker in the BMW. But let's see. Oh, no, there's 3 wide. No interfering with the GT3. Let's see how much speed the chasing LMDH can carry through there. But we see the gap has increased again. As we had a position change at the GT3s again, with Team Reiter overtaking Team D-Rod V. As we are currently looking at the number 100, having the BMW M4 GT3 by Limidex, just 0.4 of a second behind them. The Corvette currently being piloted by Luca Iska, and the BMW behind, the number 291, is currently piloted by Jan Emmons. Although the gap only seems to be increasing currently. As right now we're getting a closer look back at the battle for second position, where the gap has decreased again 2.4 seconds. It didn't pay off the last times, but let's see how this develops. As the Cadillac is chased by the Genesis with a very distinctive sound actually. Oh, there we have him. Eric Neat currently in the Genesis, 0.16 seconds behind. As they go into the infield in Daytona. Oh! Eric seems to be very, very willing to get past the GT3s as he almost pushes the M4 of Limit X off the track. There we see the lap still increasing, the gap back to 1.5. So same procedure as every year, James. Let's see how long it takes until we are back at this battle. So we see you have 2 hours and 15 minutes already finished in this race. Drivers are currently getting back into the pits, which also mixes up the field yet again. As a matter of fact, we actually have the second penalty, or the second report, which is not valid, for an unsafe return against the number 390, which is an Alpine. So there we are, 2 hours in. A lot of pit stops have been happening right now, but we don't see any fights for positions currently. Gaps are pretty big right now. So let's just lose a few words about the race again. Daytona is located in Florida. The first race was held in 1966, and the overall most successful manufacturer or constructor so far are Porsche and Ford, with Porsche having the most wins. Most infamously, obviously, the 917 with the Salzburg design, which was red and white. where they even put a window into the roof so they could take a look on the track because of the bankings, where you actually have to look up through the roof and not to the front of the car. So that's a nice fun fact to know. Next time you want to annoy your family at the dinner table, keep that in mind. Or the 917 could even be successful as it was, it actually was quite a big mistake. It was developed to win the IMSA series in the US and also be very successful in some variants in Le Mans and all over Europe, as well as hill climb races. But when the car was first developed, the engineers and the test drivers took it out for a spin at the Austria ring, where they tried to drive it as quickly as possible, but it was actually much slower than the predecessor, the 908 Porsche, because it was so unsafe as it created a lift when driving at high speeds. Therefore, the drivers reported it was very sketchy when they were driving, holding the steering wheel in a straight line, and the car was moving all over the track from one side to the other. In an attempt to get this behavior fixed, they actually went on and removed the whole rear of the 917 and redesigned it with scrap aluminum sheet to create more downforce, which in fact helped a lot, which is why the 917K, which stands for Kurzek, has this odd design, because they were planning on a long tail before, which was there to reduce drag. As we have to get back into the race, I will finish the story later, because we're getting quite close here again. Let's see how this develops. 0.29. They were never this close, I think. Let's see how this develops in the bus stop chicane. Oh, and there you can see that Team MRE in their Cadillac just gets much more speed carried through there. But now the Genesis is in the slipstream again, sucking himself on the tail of the Cadillac. But let's see how they drive into turn one. Who will be in front? And the Genesis does not try a move there. Gap is still very close. And now it's only down to 0.3 seconds. As you get into the cockpit of the Cadillac in front, and you can see in the rear mirror how the driver's perspective is right now in this fight, as he's being chased by the Genesis. Oh, gap down to 0.2. This might just happen. The Cadillac has lost so much speed because of the Aston Martin GT3 there. Gap down to 0.1 with the slipstream. It might just happen into turn one here. Let's see how this develops. Does Team Watt go for it or do they not? They're behind. They don't. They are unable to. It just seems that the Cadillac is much faster on the straights. As we see that the leader, Team Warhol, now performed their long stop, which means we are currently looking at the fight for first place and not second place anymore. As we are still in a very close fight here, with Leo Schwarz in the number 10 in the first place, being chased by Erik Niet in the number 23. Where we can see quite some traffic with the GT3s, which might help. Oh, and there it is. We can see the Genesis finally getting through, now getting his position. Leo Schwarz now in second place, while Erik Niet, after fighting for, I think it might just be half an hour right now, for position. Let's see how this develops, especially because, as we know from the past, the Cadillac is very well in the bankings or in the straight. I just looked at the top speed. We are looking at 300 and about 25 kilometers an hour with the Genesis. So let's have a look at that. If the Cadillac might get like 10 kph more than that, this fight won't be over yet. And there you can see it again, multi-class is just on another level. You see these GT3 cars, they are driving their own race. And of course everybody has to look out for each other. But the impact they have on the driving of the other cars is so huge. As you can actually see that Erik Niet just went into the pits after not even holding on to the position for one whole lap. For him. Currently we can see that about 7 drivers are in the pits. So some pitted earlier, some only pitting now. We will probably see all drive teams having at least one long stop in the next few minutes. And also with that, quite some driver changes. There's not too much is happening here now, apart from Team Siege, which was driven by CJ Dawn before, now being behind the Porsche 54. which is the team Tradition Simsport, where Sebastian Schönfield is currently where Sebastian Schönfeld, is currently chased by the GTR Nissan, driven by CJ Drustow. I think maybe they just forget to change the driver. I don't know. Because CJ would be driving for 2.5 hours right now. And I think we will see a position change in the next few seconds. As he seems to have a huge advantage when it comes to top speed. Porsche driving 285 with the Nissan driving 295, I think it was. And you just see this 10 kph gap comes into account. As a close fight in the hypercars again. So we see the pit stops doing their job, as we almost see a crash here. While the Polish team, Warhol, with the 292, with driver Kamil Stanust, took position 8 from team AFS Racing, where we currently have Czech driver Michal Kuder. Oh, race is not over yet, as they do collide with each other, though nothing is severe has happened right now. So we can't be too fast with taking our eyes off that fight. Although I think that the Polish driver in the car 292 confidently manages this position and increases the gap. So currently, after most of the pit stops probably have been done already, we see 2 cars still in the pits. I think we are looking at a reorganization in the field. The fight for second or first position, actually, which we've seen before between the teams currently in position 2 and 3, is getting on again, as we see the winner of the fight currently in second position. Still, even after he went into the pit, I think the other team probably pitted as well. Therefore, nothing changed. No undercut, no overcut. As we are currently actually with more racing, where they still show Leo Schwarz as the driver. So let's get into this car and have a look at how this develops. As the gap is actually closing, with the driver Eric Mead. Probably it's still him, as they didn't do a long stop. Still piloting his car 0.8 seconds in front of the driver and the Cadillac. Oh, and there we see actually the GTR again, pretty much slicing through the field right now. I think the GT3 GTR is actually very quick, as we see he's chasing down the Audi R8 LMS GT3. Gap down to 0.2 of a second, 0.1. We see 273 is the most GT3 Audi gets. Let's stick to the GTR a bit as he goes past. As I think we're currently still looking at the American team there. Personally, I am pretty much sure that this is actually the fastest GT3 when it comes to top speed. So let's see how fast he can get down the straight. Currently looking at 278, 84. With the Audi behind with 282. And there, sadly, we missed top speed. As I'm just heading back to my brother for a second again, getting a quick look. He's currently half a minute behind the team in front. Team 888, it's driver Nick Kindred driving that car. As I think we have to move up to the hypercars again, as we're getting a close fight between the two cars. We have the Alpine, which actually is the Alpine, I think, being chased by the Cadillac. Now he bumps into him. Let's see how this develops. We have the Polish team, the second Bohol team, and he gets past. Just missed to switch the cameras there. Sorry for that, guys. While they switch for positions. Well, let's see how long this sticks. As the Alpine is currently also living off the slipstream of the Cadillac in front. Where we actually have the Polish team in front, I think, and the team from Thailand behind. So let me just have a look. It is Napat who's currently driving the car number 390. As the Polish driver already increases the gap by a lot, we have the number 292 currently piloted by Kamit Stanus. So we're currently looking at Aston Martin with number 380, which is the Democratic Republic of the Voices team, crazy name, driven by Marvin Basler. At least it says so. Which is closely behind the Limit X BMW M4 GT3, driven by Jan Immons. So here we see it, the gap down to 0.4 seconds. BMW going 285, the car behind also 285. So not much of a gap in speed there. As both are being overtaken by the hypercars, which might just cause the traffic, which therefore leads to a position change. So that gap down to 0.3 of a second, but I don't know if we will see an overtaking maneuver in the next seconds. Let's stick to the rear wing of the M4 GT3, as I think we got to move here. Yes, the Aston Martin tries to get past, but now of course he's out of the slipstream. Will he make it stick? We'll see, as both go very, very close, side by side into the first corner. Still everything pretty clean. Just a little bit of bumping, it's all in a legal matter, I think. As they also brake together. Oh, and the Aston Martin causes a little collision. So it's just a little incident. While he gets past, I am not sure whether this won't be reported, as it was quite dirty. But who am I to decide? Let's see if the BMW can prove himself on track before we go into the consequences for the Aston Martin. So right now we see the gap only slightly increasing between the both, but let's see how traffic will play into that. As we surely love some clean fighting. gap between them is not increasing too much, but here we can see Team Reiter being closely followed by the Porsche of Team TSP, which stands for Team Tradition Sim Sport. We have gap down to 0.6 of a second. Let's see how this develops. Gap slightly increasing right now. So we won't be seeing an attack here in the next few seconds. As we go into the onboard, currently with the car in front of the Mercedes, which is chased, in fact, by the Tradition Sim Sport Porsche, which we are following right now.
1 o'clock local time, 7 p.m. in the 24 hours of Daytona, brought to you by AC Friends. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone, wherever you may be. It's Mercurio, your commentator, joining you for the next few hours here of the AC Friends 24 hours of Daytona 2026. It should be a very interesting night section coming up here at this race, as we got just under 20 hours to go until the race finish tomorrow. So welcome on in, everyone. We hope you're enjoying. I'll be watching along in the chat, seeing what you folks have to say. We'll go through the running order and see how everyone's shaping up in both Hypercar and in GT3 so far. Middle of the afternoon for me, so it is a lovely day outside, and what better to spend the weekend than to do some commentating on the 24 hours of Daytona. Obviously just a couple weeks removed from the real life race, or not even a couple weeks, 1 week removed. It's already a fantastic start in the IMSA season. Let's see how everything is shaping up, and then we'll say hello to people in the stream chat if people are around, and I'm sure there will be some people around. And also let me know if the audio and the video is okay as well. So let's go ahead then and work through the running order. And we'll start in the hypercar class, which you'll see on the timing tower with HY dash, whichever the team name is. So we'll work through it and we'll take a look at the action going on around the track. So with 152 laps in, we'll start with the first place car here. And as you can see, it's the 010 Cadillac of Moritz Racing Esports. We got Michele Deneau, hopefully I'm saying that right, in the car right now, currently leading the race. 152 laps and about 8 seconds ahead of second place, and the Alpine car here of the 023 of Watt E-Racing. First car of a couple here that they are running. Watty racing there in the Genesis. Then on to third place, we got the Wohol Racing, number 665 in the yellow there, and that is the number 2 car of theirs in the Cadillac LMDH, and they've done 2 long stops so far. Most of the hypercars have done 2 long stops by this point. So 665 in third place, and that's, I believe, 16 seconds behind the Watty Racing car there as we're on interval there. And in fourth position, the 887 of Simline Rivals Racing Team in the Alpine A424. They are 2 long stops in as well, with Mikulski in the car right now. He's from Poland. In fifth place, the other Wohol Racing, the number 292 in the car, and the 292 is also a Cadillac as well, with Kamil Stanuts in the car at the moment. That's Wohol Racing number 2. And then in sixth position, we got the number 031 Porsche, and the 031 is HGE Racing Esports of Ian Tubon, who is, I believe that's Italy, if I'm reading that country code correctly. 031 Porsche back-to-back, 7th place as well. We start getting to the cars a lap down and further, and we got the 130 up next, and the 130 car, just trying to take a look who's in at the moment. It's AFS Racing number 1, that's the Slovakian team. It's Max Lexa in the car right now, and he's from Czechia. So that's the other Porsche here in the hypercar class. Only 2 Porsches, as he is battling through the traffic now, and he's got a little lock up there into the International Horseshoe. We'll talk about the track in a moment. I'm sure it's been gone through already at the race start, but as we have people coming and going, it might not be a terrible idea to go through it again. We'll work through the rest of the hypercars here, and then we'll work through some of the GT3s, maybe not all of them, maybe top 10 or so. We have 12 hypercars here in the field, and it looks like as of right now no one has DNF'd, which is a good thing, as we're only a few hours in. But we'll get to 8th place here, the 045 car, and this one's a very different kind of car. Peugeot 9X8 LMH, and it's One Sport Front Row is their team name. Lucas Oliveira from Brazil is currently in the car. 2 long stops from them as well. It's not doing as well at the moment. 9th position is the 390. And 390 is a Genesis as well. I think for some reason it's showing on the timing tower as an Alpine, and I do apologise for that. It's not an Alpine, it's here, it's a Genesis GMR 001. So not the same brand quite. This is NGS E-Racing team, and we have a Thai driver in here. Which I will try not try to pronounce at the moment. That's the 390, and then spinning out, and that's right into turn 1 there. It's the 721 BMW. As wow, that was quite the time to turn. Okay, well, we'll probably see a few incidents like that throughout the race. And by the way, there probably will be incident reports to look through here on the live document shortly. But okay, well that's the BMW 721 already a couple laps behind. Is just getting going again there into the West Horseshoe. But that's the number 721. Just looking through to find them. Drive Train Racing XBES, and they're, like I said, they're in the BMW. It's Slavian Stoichev, a Bulgarian, in the car right now. They've already done 3 long stops, and so they are not really running too well right now. 10th place overall, and long way back. And well, we'll see what happens with that incident and if they have any others. But getting going again now. And that leaves us for the last 2 in class here. So the 082, also a BMW. Both BMWs running at the back here. Let's take a look here. The 082 car is the Valkyrie E-Racing #1 team. And Anthony Steiner from Germany currently in the car there. 082. So let's take a look at the last one, the 121. And it's a Ferrari, it says, but let's just confirm that in the document. 121, yep, Ferrari 499p, and it's Javier Fantuzzi from Italy in the car. That's for MMM Corsa running there, and they're also on 2 long stops. Last place in Hypercar, but not forgotten, still going round the track. Let's get to GT3 now, and your leader there, and it looks like it's the 197 watt e-racing car there. It's the Lexus RCF GT3 of Kevin Klein, who's currently in the car, and I do remember Klein from last year's Nürburgring 24 hours, and so it looks like Kevin Klein doing quite well right now, and his team of drivers, and quite a good set of drivers. We have Zakaria Sharif, who I was actually briefly talking to last night. He is a Canadian actually. Dennis Meyer and Jonas Moorman. Pretty good team there of drivers. We got in second place at the moment the 054 Porsche, and the 054 is Tradition Sim Sports, running a Porsche 992. It's Luke Scholz in the car right now of Germany. And in third place we got 076 car right now, who has just gone past someone. Reiter Engineering Esports, running an AMG GT3 Evo Mercedes there. Kevin Simon in the car of that right now. That's the top 3 in GT3 as he passes going into the bus stop there. Or I guess now it's called the Le Mans Chicane, I should be calling it. Old habits die hard, but was that actually for position? I'm looking on the map. Might be, it's hard to see with the green, but might have been. But let's take a look then. Yes, it is. Yes, 16th overall, but 4th in GT3. The 729 Audi, and normally you wouldn't see an Audi these days in the 24 hours of Daytona, but virtually you do. So the 729 car then, let's take a look and find them. It's Cargo Fast. Ryan Watkins in the car right now, and letting on the traffic through, very good. And so lovely red livery there. Then we got the 380 car. Let's see if I can find them, because they're all around the document. I'll have to go and look. 380 is Democratic Republic of the Voices. Jake Rial's in the car right now. Hopefully I'm saying that right. It's Aston Martin Vantage GT3 Evo. Very nice cars, by the way. He doesn't have his lights on. Oh, now he does. I think that might have been CSP. Yes, I think that's just a CSP thing. because, well, it's illuminating, but we can't really see it from this viewpoint. That's, assuredly it is working. Okay, 291. 291, who do we have here? Let's take a look. It's the Limit X Racing Team, BMW M4 GT3 Evo, and Nobert de Walt. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Do apologise if I don't. Of Germany in the car. Lovely purple and yellow. 059, we got another Valkyrie team here. And 059 is the number 2 team for Valkyrie E Racing. In the Honda NSX GT3 Evo, Tom Vogel in the car at the moment. Finish off the top 10 here. So 8th in GT3, we got a Corvette, and this is the first of the Corvettes, it looks like, way back in 20th overall. Team number 100, and that's the Moritz Racing Esports number 2 car. And Matthew Ing in the car right now of Hong Kong, interestingly. There you go. 8th position. And then in the 019, we got Siege Motorsports in the Nissan GTR GT3. Larry Tucker of the United States in the car right now. You see there in the white and a little bit of red. Looks kind of like the old Japanese flag on the top, interestingly. That's quite the livery. And that's 9th in GT3, and you can tell by the number plates there on the left-hand side of the car. You see also the screen that says 9, just like in the real-life WEC. It's a real-time updating position board, which is actually, you know what I've seen in other mods before, it's usually only shown overall ranking. This is the first I've seen where it's actually like obeyed by its individual class leaderboard. So this is actually quite cool that they managed to set that up correctly and actually shows 9th in class. I think that's really cool. And we'll give a shout out later to maybe a couple of the modders that are working on these sorts of cars, and my gosh, do they ever do such an amazing job. So 10th and final car then to mention in class here, it's another Corvette. It's the 888, and that starts going a lap down there. The 888 car, or 888, let's just say that. Looking in the document, there they are. It's the Slow Thunder Racing team. Nathan Bear in the car there from the United States. Nice white and green livery. My apologies, I didn't have too much time to get through all this, so woke up not too long ago, just looking through it now and making sure I got my bearings. So there you go. So that's with 19 hours, 14 minutes to go, just past 5:20 in the server, 1:17 local time here where I'm at. That's your running order at the moment. Still 31 total cars. You might see a couple of safety cars there, but obviously that's only for dealing with the race start procedures, and not sure if they have to deal with anything else, but that's how things run here. Okay, so with that being said, let's turn on the autocam just for a second. We'll say hello to some people in the chat, and then we'll look through whatever cars you might be interested in, and we'll have a conversation start to go. Not a terrible big fan of the Helicam, but you'll have a whole bunch of different views here. We'll cycle through, and it'll definitely look through all the action, and if there is some cars that spin out and whatnot, we'll try and catch that as well. So let's take a look in the chat. Who do we got here? 54 people on board in the AC Friends YouTube live stream. Thank you so much, everyone. And let's welcome on in Der Blau. Hello, welcome on in. Moderating the chat, thank you so much. Baskar 101, and also clarifying that the 023 is a Genesis as well. Thank you for that, because I did initially make that mistake because I was reading the timing tower and not the live document. But just remember that Alpine there might be a Genesis instead of an Alpine. So just keep that in mind. Drive through for cutting for the 010 there now. That is first place. Just showed up on my timing, and they are close to the pits. Whoa, okay, someone was about to go in and then decided to get back up on the banking, so they are out still. I'll probably maybe do another lap then come in. A drive through for cutting, and wow, that is close action there in turn 2. That's one of the most heavy action zones on the circuit right there. It's right out of turn 1 into turn 2, and the gap is basically negligible here, the top 2. And Watty Racing right on him, and it's a little bit close into the horseshoe there, into the West Horseshoe, and side by side. That is a battle going here, hours into the race for the lead. And then third place about 27 seconds behind that. So that other hypercar you see right there, that is not really in the picture, it's 10th place. And they'll be headed into the Le Mans chicane here, still side by side. Well, let's take a look at this action real quick as we continue to welcome on in people. It looks like the 010 holds on through the Le Mans chicane, back onto Speedway 3 and 4, and back to the Tri-Oval to start a new lap. Very simple circuit here. Let's take a look on board the Cadillac. Well, actually, I guess is he coming in? No, he's not. Okay. Let's take a look on board the Cadillac then for a lap as he comes round. So into turn 1 first, it's a left-hander. You go out wide, bring it into the wall and hug the corner for turn 1. Then you got 2 here, which is kind of its own little complex here. And then to the International Horseshoe, which is a very long, elongated right-hander. You bring it out to the curbing, down towards what we call the kink, which is right up here. Boom, left-hander. And then down to the West Horseshoe, which is down here. A right-hander, you got a little bit of traffic. Still holding off the 023. And then you bring it up here to turn 6. You might see the turn indicators in the top right-hand corner of your screen. And then you bring it off onto the speedway sections. That's what they use in NASCAR, the same corners. Go around the traffic, try and draft off of them. And then you bring it up to the backstretch where you then enter the Le Mans chicane. So brake right there as the Rolex boards come at you. And then through the formerly known bus stop, the Le Mans chicane there, get your Mercs right. And back onto the speedway for 3 and 4. And full throttle all the way from here to the start-finish line. Do your drafting on the speedway sections, get an advantage. And now, finally, he comes on in. It's the 010 Cadillac making his way in for his drive-through penalty. And so that, folks, is going to bring Watty Racing into first place, at least for now. We'll see if he can hold it, but too many corner cuts, it seems, from the 010. They're going to be punished for it. They might even fall back to third position here, as now the 551 gets a drive through for cutting as well. Looks like it's starting to be that time. 551 though very far back in GT3. Right, drive through taken then, and it looks like as they're coming out, it's going to be still them ahead of Wohol Racing, the 010 of Moritz E-Racing. Let's welcome on in, obviously AC Friends 24-7. obviously moderating the chat, and I know who it is. Welcome on in, and thank you, of course, for welcoming me in. And we got Ruby Racing 9803 says I like turtles. I think that was just as I was joining. Well, we all love turtles, don't we? Welcome on in. Bird McRandom sucks. Welcome on in. I'm pretty sure that's our friend Bird McRandom from my community. Welcome on in. And got a couple of others who was here earlier, I think before I was really starting. Maybe still here. Zataboy second. Saren J51. Airrec Gaming. And there's obviously several others from before. But thank you, everyone. He's rooting for the one that looks like a lemon, says Bird McRandom. There you go. Well, this one right here, the 665, very much lovely livery, yellow, almost lemony kind of livery there, yeah? Running in third place, Wohol Racing. So, good lead there for Watty Racing. Let's see if we can find some battles on the circuit then. So, 010 running there, and yeah, there's Wohol. So, it actually isn't a big gap now. 1.6 seconds. Can he go and catch up to it is the question now. Let's take a look. Is this the difference here between AFS and the 045 car here? Of One Sport Front Row. I have to try and remember all the acronyms as well on the tower. Okay, not terribly close. Yeah, that's quite a gap with the GT3 in the way. Right, let's take a look in GT3. Do I have anything that's really close? Not really. The closest I can really find is this one. 100 and the 059. Let's take a look in the inside. Coming up to the start-finish line. So yeah, not really close. That's a 1:45 lap time right there. That's pretty standard. A 7-second gap to Valkyrie e-racing. So letting the traffic go on by. We'll see if we can find the Mazda happen. I guess that overtake for the lead was the most important thing that just happened. 2.4 second gap here. This is still a lap down. 045. No cars between them at least. Got to love that Peugeot car there. Even though they've now added a rear wing. Remember they initially didn't have a rear wing on the car back when they started in WEC. Baskar is cheering for the number 23 Genesis. And looks like they are doing well. I mean, got lucky with the drive-through that the other team just had. Watty Racing just... or sorry, no. This is Watty Racing. They got unlucky with the drive-through. They... Oh, actually, hold on. Well, they did. Did they pit? No, it was MRE that pitted. Yeah, they got lucky off the MRE. Excuse me. Sorry. Still half asleep at times. Still half asleep. But yeah, they got lucky off the drive-through that 010 got. Let's see if they can hold it. Kevin dominating GT3. Again, here's Watty Racing and GT3. They're also leading. It's just a really good team. They were good at the Nürburgring. They're good at most of these AC Friends events. And looks like they're doing well here today as well. I had watched a little bit of some of the other events. Like there was a Le Mans 12 hours not too long ago. You might remember that, folks. Did watch a little bit of that on my iPad one morning. But lots of events held here from AC Friends. If you love endurance racing, you'll love this community. So you might have an interest if you love Assetto Corsa and multiplayer racing. There's a look inside at the leading GT3, and he's got quite the lead now, 1 minute and 9 seconds, which means the other GT3s need to step up, it seems. They need to get their lap times a little better. Ooh, trying to get around the traffic now. This is what he needs to do now, is safely and calmly manage this as they come into the West Horseshoe. There, very nice. Yep, on the inside, on the right, and you take it. Well done there. Lots of drive-thrus coming on in. I don't think I'm going to get to all of them. And more long pits happening as well at the moment. 665 Cadillac is going to be coming in. So we'll be on for a few hours or so, just starting, like I said, at 1 PM here my time. It's just about 1:30 now. Go for a few hours. We will have probably more commentary later. I know to end the race we'll have Rahul Nasir on the call for the last few hours of the race. But I'll be doing the main portion of Saturday today. I'll be working tomorrow, so I can't do anything tomorrow. But race started around 9 AM Eastern time. That was, I believe, 3 PM GMT +1 or Central European time, which is when this race is held for most people in the race anyway, Europeans. 3 o'clock local start was for them. So the race will end at the same time, but tomorrow. Let's see what else we have going on. 21 seconds. Yeah, there really isn't any close gap. Let's take a look at people coming in and out of the pits then, because I believe we have someone right now. Yes, we have one of the Ford Mustangs exiting the pits. That's way back. Okay, it's the 551 who was taking the drive through, and I believe the pit lane exit is in the correct place. You have to go all through that little section, through turn 1 and 2, and then finally you can exit on the little straight before the International Horseshoe. So it's a very long exit of the pit lane, and it's agonizingly slow at times. And they take their penalty and they come out in 16th position. Nobody else really in the pit lane right now. 031 Porsche. We might also have some interviews a bit later. If any drivers want to have an interview, please organise it with whoever's in charge of that. I'm actually not sure. It's probably one of the admins, I imagine. Admins or race directors. But we'll bring you up to one of the interview rooms and we'll hear what you guys have to say, how your team's running, and oh, that didn't look right there. Alright, I'm just gonna check and see who that was. Was that no, it wasn't. It was somebody else. I thought something had happened there because there was a pause on my screen. But it's gotten going again. I don't know if that happened even on live stream. It looked like going out to the out to turn 6 there was something that happened, but maybe not. That's on board the Lexus there. Yeah, the closest battle is 4 seconds here. It's really spread out. I guess it would be good for incidents. There wouldn't be as many incidents. 023 has taken a drive through. Oh, I just realized that. Okay, drive through for the 023. They just took it and they still come out in the lead by 5 seconds. Wow, okay. Same thing for the 114 as well. Not as important as well back in GT3, but okay, so it looks like for cutting then, lots of drive-throughs, and so the 023 it's kind of neutralized itself. They're back out 5 seconds ahead, kind of like how it was a little bit earlier. So here we go then. That's exciting. Looks like 292 Wohol Racing taking a long pit. They might still come out in third after the pit stop. We'll see what new drivers headed into the car. Well, it was Kamil Stanut, and there's 3 drivers on the team, all of them Polish. We'll see if we get a change there, driver swap. Most of the hypercars 2 or 3 long stops. Cargo First in GT3 only has done 1 long stop so far, so that's quite impressive. Most have done 2 or 3. 787 Porsche has done 4 long stops so far, the Thai team there. And reports and penalties, we'll see if there's anything more to look at. I think they'll be filled in a bit later, because there is reports from a few teams here. We've had 4 GT3 reports. We've had 1 by the race director. Looks like we have 1 that's not specified about a hypercar. And then there was a report by a hypercar on a GT3 most recently. So it's that's still ongoing, being filled in. So maybe get back to that later. Not quite an indication of what's happening at the current moment. Really tight to turn 1. Hopefully the audio is okay for everyone. Hear me okay, they hear the cars okay. Oh, there's a plane landing in the background, that's nice. Right next to Daytona Beach International Airport, DAB. That's 292 3 long pits now. And they will be they'll be headed out to the pit shortly. Limit X there, still sitting, so they're in the process. Still the battle continues. It's a Le Mans chicane. There will be a GT3 there. Oh, that looks tight. You have to really get on the brakes to avoid the traffic. And that is not for position there, just so you know. 023 managing another hypercar at the same time. Little bit difficult. Oh, big lockups in the turn 1. Oh, see smoke again. There's lots of locking up. You got to preserve your tires in a race like this. not easy. Easier said than done even, but see how the Ferrari managed this. And of course what's going on behind. Still 7 seconds to second place. Looks like he's let the car ahead go by, which is a smart move, I think. Smart move indeed. And look where the most amount of cars really is on track. Let's take a look around. I was going to look at 24th. What was just ahead? That's what I was looking for. We also, I think, have a live timing page as well. Oh, it's literally the leader. Okay. Well, we have a live timing page as well, which you can find, by the way, in the AC Friends Discord. I am just looking to pull it up. Should be under one of these here. Yeah, if you go to ACF News Infos, I think you can find the ACF Game Server link. And if you click on that, you should be able to get pretty much live timing from everyone. Now, remember in the Nürburgring 24 hours race last year, they had the website crash because there were so many people. But thankfully for this year, it should run a little bit smoother. At least we hope. No, I'll just turn on the autocam. Let's see what's going on. Going around. Always shows something interesting. As I try and look up the live timing, because I clicked on it and I clicked on the game server link, which obviously is not the correct link. That's to join. That's not to get the live timing. Live timing is the link below that. ACSM live timing. That's what I wanted. Okay. Actually, it says in the Discord public viewing disabled, so never mind, you can't view that one. There is another one that is kind of third party. I don't know if it's even active right now, I'll have to check, but that one might be public viewable. I guess because like there's only so much server space, right? And if everyone is using it, then it could crash. So it's probably the reason. Ah, okay. Now I can look and see how it's running. Everyone in Hypercar on the same medium compound tyres. And it looks like a GT3 is the same sort of thing. It says S8M, which I'm not really sure what that stands for, to be honest, but looks like everyone on the same compound of tyres, no real differential at the moment. Got Ferrari in the pits, the 121. I think that was scheduled there. Yep, and they've just gotten moving again, actually. Not doing too well, the sole Ferrari Hypercar in the field. Yeah, that's 3 long pits now for the MMM team there. Okay, so I've got the live timing up finally. I'm not relying on just what I see in front of me. And also, yes, one thing I should do is when a car comes into the pits next, which might not be too long actually, I could probably look right now. Let's see. Look at what the number says. Oh, that might be 12th overall in class, I think that's why. No, it is here. Okay, let's take a look, folks, at Watty Racing number 2. See if I can drag around here. Look at this. So on the side, you know, I was mentioning position before. Not only do they show position, but they also show the pit stop timer. They show the pit stop timer, how long it takes. Little P there for pits. And it shows a couple of other information as well, kind of just like in real life. It'll show like energy. It should pop up. Let's see if it does. I don't know if it goes on like a timer or what, but yeah, it's just like in real life. You can see other information, not just position, which is really, really cool. That was something they wanted me to highlight, which I was talking about last night, which I thought was really cool, and yeah, absolutely should highlight it on stream because look at that, that's really cool. Watch them pull away once the new driver hops in here, and this is right now. There you go, along with the 045 at the same time. Isn't that cool though? Isn't that cool? Watch as they exit the pits here in just a moment. And look at how long the pit stop takes here. 83 seconds, boom, and stops, and we'll see it transition back. And look at that, back to second place. There you go. Look at that. Isn't that cool? I think that's pretty cool. Also, by the way, this is a cool livery. Very cool livery. I like the purple on the bottom there. That's very nice. Very nice. Yeah, absolute mint, says Pythorn, which by the way we have to welcome in Pythorn as well, which I didn't do before. I absolutely agree. Watching 5th place, coming on in AFS Racing. And they're going to get their pit stop now. We also have one of the Mercedes coming in as well, and that's pretty much dead last then, if I'm reading that correctly. The 287 so far behind, unfortunately. And oh, you know what? Oh, what happened there? That was interesting. They've popped off my screen now. So they went all the way to the end and then they disconnected. I don't know if that's for long pits for AFS or not. Okay, maybe they're allowed to just kind of go to the end of the pit lane there and exit. They don't have to stop the car. I wasn't aware of that. I thought they had to stop, but okay. And then coming in 6th place in GT3, it's the 100 Corvette. Now that must have been strategic. You're not wasting any time. Not quite realistic, but okay. Then 83 seconds, well, you'd imagine. I think maybe that's based on how long they were actually sitting there, not by including disconnect time, you know, the whole entire pit sequence, right? So I imagine that's not including reconnection time, right? Because when you disconnect from the server, you then have to reconnect to maybe a new driver, and the timer would or stopwatch would restart, right? I mean, that just makes sense. That just makes sense. Yeah, if you were sitting there and you didn't disconnect, then it would probably be fine. Loomerang will work 100% in short stops. Yeah, I imagine. I imagine so. You're right about that. Yeah, not really bugged, but you know, it's turn off that. Not really bugged, but it's a limitation. There's nothing you can really do. Lots of action on speedway section here. Just for the side drafting. Oh, number 3 actually lost out quite a bit from that. It looks like he's coming in anyway to the pits. The other, I was going to say Acura, but it's really Honda NSX. And here, we'll look at it again. So, what's that green bit? It was, that being green, I'm wondering what that means. And then it goes to pits. I thought that had to do with like the energy or something. Oh, and he's actually, has he gone beyond the pits? No, I guess he's allowed to stop there and then do a long stop. So does do a long stop, and then when they come back, that timer should reset, or stopwatch should reset, right? I was thinking that was going to be a short stop, but it's not. See, once the 039 comes back, we'll take a look and see, did that stopwatch reset? It also shows tyre change time and refueling separately. Ah. Okay, so if they change their tyres, we'll know about it, folks. Know about it. That's cool. Looks like the BMW 114 coming in as well. It will say DNF. Don't be scared about that. Your favourite team shows DNF there. That's because they're doing a long stop, most likely. Unless they're at the very, very bottom of the timing tower. Don't assume it's a DNF, because it probably isn't. It's probably just a long stop, and it's meant to be that way. Are they back now? Let's see. 039, no they're not. Okay. And now 010, the leader coming in. 53 laps in now, and they're doing the same thing, going all the way to the end, and then that must be a long stop they're going to do. Yes. Long stop for the 010. We'll track these long stops in a moment. This is where the 887 is, but they spin. Thankfully, they avoid the wall there, just barely. That's only a half spin, but that can't do you any good if you're the 887 as you're trying to gain it back as they're doing their long stop. That's where the longest bit of vulnerability is. You know, races are won and lost in the pits, folks. That's a mistake you don't want to have at that particular moment. But we'll see as they spawn back in the 010, how close will it be out of the pits? And the 039 is back now. I am just going to take a look and see, did it reset? It did. So says 28 seconds now, pitted. And so there you go, confirmation on that. Okay, let's get to the 887, because I believe it just has swapped. Yes, it has. The 887 back to the lead, and 010 is still in the pits. How long will they be waiting for? Okay, there's the green there. So you can see energy going up. Oh, they're still waiting there. There's going to be quite a gap. And the 039, that's 4 long pits for them now, as they've just exited and gotten back out on the track. They're still waiting. Wow. I wish it could be a little more interactive like it is in real life. You see the crew doing all their work. A little more boring in the sim. They're back in. They're just waiting for the mandatory time to go before they get back out on the track. They have to wait a certain amount of time for fairness. So, you know, if one person has a better internet connection than another, you're not going to have any advantage on something other than the racetrack. And that's a fair rule. You have to wait a certain amount of time. But they are still in the pits. They're now moving. And there they go. 3 long pits for MRE now. And out on track they go. So, Moritz E-Racing team. They're second place again, but they are kind of swapping back and forth for the lead. Eric Neath in the car now for Wati Racing, and Leo Schwartz, I believe it is, in the car for the Cadillac in the 010. Both German drivers. Lots of Germans in this race. It's a very Europe-heavy race. Yeah, MRE also driver swap there, yep. And wow, even the 665 is overtaken for second now. So 665 in the mix. I think he just clipped the wall there slightly. Would have been netcode though. And they're really taking that exit curbing. In real life, if you hit that, you'll go slamming into the wall. But here in Assetto Corsa, it's a little more forgiving. You can slam that curb and still go forward okay. I've seen this in iRacing as well. You can slam that exit curbing, and if you get the angle just right, you'll be pointed in the right direction. It's really an art form, to be honest. Oh, slip there. Wow, he held on to it well. But you could tell he was correcting for that. Trying to save it. Any potential crash could be the end of your race. You never know. And that's the kind of the moments we are waiting for. Oh, a close battle now for third and fourth as a result of the pit stops. GT3's in the pits right now. We got the Valkyrie E Racing team headed out to the pits right now. That's still their same position because they're a lap down. 059. And shortly behind them we got the AAA Corvettes, and we got a, it says McLaren there, 933. I think it is the McLaren. Old McLaren team. Like, sorry, no, it's not. One of two, rather. Let's get my facts straight. Yeah, that 933 is GSIX XFCB team, and it is one of two McLarens, two Thai drivers in the car, well, the two cars right now, way back. How's Wati Racing doing in the Lexus? 56 seconds. They must have had a pit stop not too long ago here, and that lead was even greater previously. Hardly anyone in GT3 even on the lead lap. We had at the beginning of the race, one of our fellow commentators, Luca, on the call here. Lüdenscheid, I think it might be, of Germany. He might be getting some rest at the moment. Hope he did well. I actually haven't met him personally yet because, well, I was supposed to on the Nürburgring 24 hours, but then unfortunately he wasn't able to show up, and so didn't really end up meeting him, and well, still haven't because I was asleep when the race began. So yeah, I'll have to meet at some point. Let's see if we can get any driver interviews going. I don't know if Sasha's listening right now. I don't think he's driving. He is, by the way, driving in this race. One of the main people behind this whole event itself, Sasha Gerard, which cannot thank enough, right? Well, he is also driving in this race for one of the teams. But I don't see him in the car right now, according to the live document. So I think he is around, and he was in chat before, I believe. So maybe it's possible to organise a couple of interviews. Now everyone would be in their kind of team room. They'll be talking to their team and organising stuff. I hope we can find at least someone who's willing to speak. That's the 130 there trying to get by that vehicle. This will be a long overnight section here. Considering the race would have started, well, round about how it did in real life, I guess, round about 2 p.m. No, not, well, actually 1 p.m. it would have been in the sim, 1 p.m. Yeah, there'll be a pretty extensive night section as it is winter. Probably be similar to real life when it was around like 7 a.m. track time when it's the sun rose. See if there's any fog in this race. There's a very, very long full course yellow stint in the real life 24 hours of Daytona last weekend. It was, I think, the longest in Rolex history, around about 6.5 hours of one continuous full course yellow. Longest I've ever seen in any race, and it was because of very, very thick fog at Daytona International Speedway. See if there'll be any of the sorts in this kind of race. But looks like at the moment everything is pretty good, weather-wise. Oh, lock up for the 665. Good timing on that, looking at the car. I mean, that was that was a pretty bad flat spot if I have to drive with that for the rest of the stint, that's for sure. Wow, yeah, I just watched it again back on the YouTube replay. That is quite the lockup. I don't believe we'll have any live replays, unfortunately. But I want to pop back a few seconds and watch that again, because that was quite a lockup. Call it the lemon car off of what Bird McRandom said earlier. That's allowed Watty Racing to get back to around 2 seconds on the gap. Really getting close to the apron. Traffic coming up though. That's 1.2. This is the closest gap in the field. And it's on the podium at the moment. Oh, I think these GT3s might hold them up into turn 1. Let's see. Nope, gets by nicely. They do get out of the way. That's what you like to see. And a battle behind that. Also pretty close gap with GSIX and the BMW. This is several laps down though. Yeah, even further behind now. Yellow and black BMW of the 114. Let's see who has the fastest lap in the race at the moment. That's where my live timing page comes into play. Thank you again, Assetto Hosting for that. So it is indeed by the leaders. It's a 1:30.449. Wow, 1:30? That's a little quicker than real life, that's for sure. But holy cow, that's really quick. And that's, yeah, a couple tenths clear of the Alpine 887. Because, yeah, that's 0.728. That's 3 tenths clear, pretty much. That's impressive. That must have came a little while ago, because everyone's current laps are like minute 32, 33, even a 35 for the 023. The small mistake we had there in turn 1, the lockup. That's quickest lap. Lovely nighttime sounds of Daytona. Absolutely majestic. Haven't seen too much in the chat in a little bit. Still watching just in case. Let's see if we can get a driver in for an interview. I'll message him just in case. good thing I have a mic mute button, as it allows me to cough and not have it all go on the stream. It's a beautiful thing. Actually, recently bought myself a stream deck, as when I stream on my own channel, so I'm actually able to do it via the stream deck now, which is nice. Such a lovely tool. You folks are streamers and you fancy having a macro button box. Trust me, it's worth it. Haven't seen too many spins since I've got on though. I was expecting a little more, but there's not really the Nürburgring 24 hours, so there's less places to really mess up. He bought the cat. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, Bird McRandom. He bought the cat. Quite sure what you mean. But the stream the stream deck is quite fancy. I didn't mute for that one. But El Gerso, that's right. Make it sound like I bought it from like a drug dealer or something. I don't know if I'm allowed to say words like that, but no, El Gerso, the company, but make it sound like it's some like Mexican drug dealer. No, I promise I bought it from an official source. What mods are used here, says Blank NVM. Mainly asking about the Genesis. Take a look at what Genesis is actually. Well, actually it shows Alpine on the thing, but it's not quite an Alpine. Actually, we're on one right now, actually. 887, long pits. So we might have Wohol Racing taking the lead now. Make first and second a bit quicker, or a bit closer, rather. Yeah, so for the Genesis, these are made customly. They're not necessarily, you know, random mods from anywhere, and they are put to a specific balance of performance as well to make things fairly, you know, fairly close to one another for everyone to, you know, have a similar, you know, skill level, performance of skill level. Because remember, just like in real life, cars have different specs, and they want the racing to be closer, and thus they add, you know, a little balance of performance, like a weight increase or, you know, a little adjustment here and there, whatever it may be. But yeah, this is customly made. I forget the name. I was told it last night. I forget the name, but has gone through and they do testing with it. And so, ooh, 023 nearly in the tyre barrier there. Another little mistake. But yeah, those Genesises, I'm not really quite the correct person to ask about, because it's customly made. And so you can't really like just find this out on the internet. Gets a purse because it's nice in the race, exactly. I get a free purse. Yeah, new ACF Hypers, says Lisper. There you go, yeah, completely brand new. I imagine they're made customly for each year's race, right? Whatever changes need to be. GTP spec is constantly constantly being updated. Yeah, Blank, I'm sorry that it's not really a good answer, but I'm not really the ones with the answers for that. Okay, so we are going to get an interview very shortly. I don't know why I keep coughing and have to probably take a moment to take a drink and relax my voice, but we'll get the driver interview first. And so we're going to message some folks and get them to join the interview room. Okay. So, is there anyone in chat right now listening on, maybe from one of the teams, that is interested? They've told me to ask in the chat first. Is there anyone that wants one from the chat, and then might interview some folks by messaging them on Discord, and we'll see what we can get. Really open to anyone, because again, some people might not want to use. If we're there in real life, we can just go and walk up to them, right? It's not quite the same thing here. Ah, okay, lovely. And they've also implemented something for them to watch as it goes along. Okay, so let's see. Bird McGrandon is, if someone wants a driver interview, Bird McGrandon is not in this race, I already know that. But maybe next year, Bird McGrandon, you might have to sign up, do the trainee races, and then get into it with the team. Actually, Bird McGrandon, I'm surprised you weren't in the JSRA race last night. I was gonna say you were not in the I think it was Porsche, wasn't it? Porsche Cup race. I was surprised about. Okay, let's see what else is going on as we try and facilitate something. Actually, no, I'll put on autocam. We'll see if we can find someone. What I will probably have to do is turn on a couple of channels, because I don't see them from here. I've turned a lot of them off, actually. So many. Let's see if we can start with maybe one of the leaders. Oh, you're not in the Porsche series. Oh, okay. I thought you were. There's so many entrants in that. Okay. See if I can find anyone. Because what I have to do, folks, is in the Discord, I'm going to have to turn on a couple of these. So let's, you know what? So let's start with one of the main battles then. Let's see if we can maybe get MRE on 010, because that has been most of the action in the race. Let's see if we can get Morris Racing, one of the drivers, to come on and speak. Go and message one of them. Possible. Oh, there's only one available. We'll see if we can message them. Oh, and I just noticed there's a little tap there on 287. Just messaging in the background because I'm not quite looking real time. Okay, well, we've done a little messaging. See if we can get them in. Oh, and also Sasha's put out a Discord-wide message. Lovely. Okay, cool. Righty, so let's see if we can get them in. Ah, actually we have someone joining, waiting to come on in. Okay, lovely. Let's see if we can bring them up here. It's okay. Okay, there we go. Right. Let's see if we can... I don't know if I have the power to move them in. Let's see if I can. Right, so we got our first one joining then. First drive interview of, well, at least my stint anyway. And joining, hopefully they can hear me, from the 380 team in the Aston Martin, the Democratic Republic of the Voices team. Joining, we got Mervyn Bassler. Mervyn, can you hear me?
Yeah, obviously I can hear you. Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello. Fantastic. Well, we'll bring you up on bring you up on screen. Actually, it's already been done, thankfully. There you go. So running 8th in GT3 at the moment, and lap or so behind, it seems, at least according to the timing that I see. Well, Mervyn, how is the race going on so far around the banks of Daytona?
So far it's been ups and downs, and wow, I just saw something, a crash right in front of our car. That was quite something. Anyway,
there's a lot of action ahead.
Yeah, it's been pretty hectic. Like the race start, for example, we started in, I believe, 20th overall. And by lap 2 we got into 3rd in class, and just because of crashes happening right, left and center, we tried to stay out of trouble for the most part. Unfortunately I had one coming together with the actual hypercar leader during my stint, which was like 3 hours into something. And I mean, that didn't cost us too much. It was just a little spin and back rejoined. Our strategy so far has been, we are trying to maximize our laps per tank. That is why we have such a huge offset to the other cars in terms of strategy, and we are just trying to get 28 stop race basically out of our race, but a lot of things have to go right for that. We just want to keep out of trouble so far, and been going successfully.
Oh, that's good. And yeah, I mean, it's a long race. You have lots of time still. Obviously, it looks like Watty Racing is very much dominating. I mean, it's a long way to go, right? 57 seconds to second place. But for you guys, you probably think it'd be manageable to at least make a few more spots up in the next few hours, see how it's going. I mean, you don't have really the advantage of full course yellows for you, which would bunch everyone up. Because at least in real life, IMSA, you would have the ability to stay on the lead lap and try and work your pit stop strategically to try and keep in the fight for the lead. Whereas this, it's a little bit more difficult. So how are you guys going to plan your pit stops and at least 23 seconds to the next car up, the 019? How are you guys going to try and do that?
We are actually trying, like I said, with the offset that we have, we are currently running like one lap further than everyone else that is fuel saving already per stint, meaning that we complete 28 laps. And for example, against the Reiter engineering car, the 076, we are running 2 laps further than them. And yeah, I mean, that's basically our our main focus right now to just eke out that advantage over time and to somewhat even out the time that we are losing by lifted coast, for example, with the less stoppage and everything.
And we got in the 076 right now, Mats Windhausen, hoping I'm saying that right, for Reiter. Am I saying that right? Reiter in German?
Yeah.
team?
I mean, rolling the R in German is kind of
Trying to.
I mean, for foreign speakers, it's just not possible to do a perfect pronunciation on the first time. So I get that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. Well, anything else you want to say before finishing off the interview? Anything to your team members? You have the floor with that.
I don't know actually. I think thank you very much everyone who is joining here to watch us race. Who enjoys the close action racing, because there's been a lot of close racing happening all around the track, and as I saw from the actual broadcast, and really pleased to be racing here and to give you guys a good show.
Yeah, right. Well, thank you very much, Mervyn. I appreciate it. We have a couple more interviews coming in, and we wish you the best of luck to the end of the race.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and coming up next, folks, we'll bring in, I think actually racing first was from the number 239 team. So we'll bring them up first, folks, and then we'll work to the 010. So let's bring in Dennis Meyer, also from Germany. Dennis, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Yes, hello. Well, just bringing you up on stream right now, I believe. So, yeah, the 239 running in the, I believe in GT3 class here, yes. How's everything been going for you so far? And is everything running according to plan?
Yeah, so far so good. Can't really complain. I did one double stint. Left the car mostly in one piece. Got slightly smacked on the rear by a hypercar once, but other than that, clean stint, nice times, nice driving. Luckily, I have very competent teammates who are a bit faster than me. Especially a shout out to Kevin, who did our amazing lap in qualifying that got us pole position and has been driving an absolutely insane pace pretty much the whole race when he's in the car. So I think it's looking very good for us.
Oh, very good. And by the way, I did get the number mixed up because I was looking on Discord. It's the 197 team, folks. I do apologise. Running with Zakaria Sharif, Kevin Klein, and Jonas Mormon, or maybe Jonas perhaps. But yes, yeah, you guys are running really well, and I actually expect you guys to be in the fight for the win at the end. Considering what I saw last year with the Nürburgring, what I'm seeing right now, you guys are very much a competent team in both classes. It's just managing, obviously, the traffic now and getting through, this nighttime section, right? It looks like it will be, a long nighttime period where you have to, get around all the, slower GT3 traffic, let the hypercars go. Are you guys going to try and manage it effectively is the question. What do you think about your teammates and trying to get that done?
Yeah, I think we'll stand a very good chance. We have the big advantage in this case that we have a Canadian who's currently in the car. So of course, what is nighttime and early morning for us for him is a nice afternoon or evening drive. So he'll not be as tired. I, on the other hand, will also drive the night stint. So I think I'll be in the car till 5:20 in the morning. Let's see how that turns out. But I'm pretty confident. Got good coffee and good spirit. But
Oh,
I think
that's
as long as we can keep our track cuts under control, we've maybe had a few too many so far, but we're getting in the groove and getting the lines dialed in. That bus stop chicane is so tricky, especially with a bit of traffic, with a bit of dirty air, hypercar pulling in front. That's really easy to just slip that tire just a bit over the line. And yeah, in 15 cuts, then you get a drive through with 20 seconds lost. That's always lurking in the background. But I think all teams are going to have a few drive-throughs, or at least one over that long race.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, to have so long and obviously a certain amount of corner cuts and you have to do a drive through. It's going to happen to everyone at some point. It's just when it's going to happen is kind of the question. But yeah, you only wanted 2 Lexuses in the field. You seem to like the Lexus, and obviously everything BOP'd, but you guys, liking the handling on it? I mean, I imagine so.
It's a very quick car, but it is tricky to get the speed out of it. Like I've driven a few of the other cars, and with less setup work to do, I think it's easier to get speed out of them. But if you can dial in the setup just right and get everything in and get to know the car, then the Lexus is definitely one of the fastest cars out there. We're really good on top speed. Even I think we run Wing 2, and we're still one of the fastest cars on the straight line. But that setup work was a lot of people and a lot of evenings to get it to where it is, and everyone trying here and there, and how do we get the rear under control and braking. So definitely not the easiest to manage for the race, but I think we're in a really good position now. We got figured out a great setup compromise to keep the car stable through the fast corners and still a weapon on the straights. And especially, as you mentioned, with it's been more lapping of GT3 cars than we probably imagined. Like it's quite a bit of traffic there that we have to get through, or had to get through in the first stints. And it's really nice if you could just pull up to someone, because you have those few kilometers an hour more top speed, get into the slipstream and fly by them. That makes it a lot easier to manage your way through traffic.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like you guys are on your way right now, and it looks like you're just entering into the pit lane. So best of luck with your race there, and yeah, Dennis, thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you very much for commenting. Been a pleasure to listen to the stream again.
Oh, thank you. Well, have a good rest of your night.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, let's bring in the next car, folks. Now we are bringing in the 010 car, folks. And this is back in hypercar class now for Moritz Racing Esports. Let's go ahead and bring in Mikhaili Dinu. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Mikhaili, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah, hello.
Hello, and well, your car here, we're just about to swap over to it. Second place in hypercar, and going back and forth, it was quite the battle here in the race so far with you guys and Watt E-Racing, and even sometimes the 887 as well, depends on when your long stops were taken. But you've just gone past 3 now, 3 long stops. What are you guys expecting here in this battle for the lead? Can you keep up with the 023? How's the race?
Well, so far so good. The 023 is pretty fast, so it's difficult to catch them, but we're gonna do everything that's possible, and in a 24-hour race, anything can happen. So we are not gonna give up, we're gonna fight. As you saw, there was a little incident on stream right now. So yeah, anything can happen, and maybe we are lucky, the others are unlucky, or maybe we are unlucky, you never know. But we are gonna keep pushing and try to catch them, and yeah, hopefully get that P1 if possible.
Oh, that would be amazing for you guys, sure. Yeah, a little lock up there, I saw that there on the screen. And now you're coming up to what looks to be lap it's a battle, right? It's a non-stop battle. You guys, like I was talking the last team, you don't have full course yellows to kind of reset anything. So, oh wow, and another big lockup on your front left. But and that was another question I was going to get to in a moment. But you guys, yeah, going back and forth here. It what feels like forever. You guys don't kind of have like a restart period to kind of push, and it's kind of all endurance. So, what is the strategy, at least compared to real life here, when you have all these pit stops going on, and obviously your lockups and stuff, which would lose you time as well? Every moment kind of counts. Nothing gets eliminated. So, how are you guys going about that?
Well, as you said, there is no full course yellow, so that means it's a constant push. You can't really relax, or you can't really do a lot of strategic stuff. We are trying different things, yes, and try to also unsettle what e-racing in any kind of way that's possible by going a bit longer than them. If it's gonna play out, we will see at the end. So yeah.
Oh, we'll have to see. Well, chasing and 26 seconds, I believe that is, on the gap. So yeah, best of luck to you guys. It's been really interesting so far. And actually, final question, actually, about the lockup. So, is that a detriment on your stints? Because obviously, at pit stop you'll replace them, right? I don't know if there's a limited amount of tires. That's actually something I wasn't told. But you guys would replace them at the pit stop. Is it making it harder to brake in the bus stop and you know, all the different corners like the International Horseshoe? Does it make it worse over time? How's it feeling when you guys lock up?
Well, when you lock up, obviously it's not great, so you basically go straight on, but the lockups look worse than they actually are. Like in the car itself, you don't really feel it. You kind of have to lock them up a tiny bit, I feel like, to go faster around the corner, which is a bit weird if you think about it, but sometimes it kind of works, and yeah, you only feel it if you really lock up like crazy. But apart from that, as you saw here on the stream, it's not really something that hinders you to go faster or makes you slower. No. So yeah, and you can just.
So it might be CFP then that makes it look worse, because we see the lockup and the tire smoke is insane, and it makes me go, wow, that must have been a really bad lockup. Oh, and a big crash in the bus stop. Sorry about this. Wow, who was that right there? A big gaggle of GT3s, and I don't know if we can go and look. I'm trying to see. It's hard to see on the track map, but big collision of 3 or 4 cars there that you guys managed to avoid, and now it looks like you're coming into the pits. Well, maybe I should let you go there, Mikhail. I really apologize, and wow, that was quite something. Mikhail, thank you so much. We'll let you get back. Good luck on the rest of the race, and we'll see maybe if you get the win. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I hate to end it early there because there was a big collision at the bus stop. Even when I looked back on the replay, it was so difficult to tell. So, wow, okay, just before we bring in the next interview, maybe we'll just check and see if any of the orders changed. Because that was quite serious. That was quite serious. Well, I see a couple here. What is this, at the end of the pit lane? That's obviously the 010 now, making their pit stop. They somehow avoided that. That must have been right in the middle. I think it was right in the middle of some of the GT3. No real impact, but I'll have to go back and look and see who it was. We'll get the next interview on in the meantime. Obviously, as that was a stop and go for the 010. Oh, I should have asked them about that. That's too late now. I didn't realise that had just popped up. But holy cow! I'm getting word. Okay, I'm getting word that there was a 30-second penalty to the 010 stop and go, and that's why they went to the pits. Okay, right. My goodness, that was quite something. Okay, we're bringing our next interview in on now. Excuse me, we have our next driver waiting, and that will be from the 054, ladies and gentlemen. That's back in GT3, Tradition Sim Sports, and the Porsche 992. Joining us is Luke Scholz. Luke, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, well, doing pretty good. Well, how about for you guys, as you guys in the 054 look to be doing pretty well at the moment. As we just showed you guys on stream, there's the car. It's in the lovely yellow and white livery, I should say, and battling with a couple of other GT3s here. Maybe not necessarily for position, but how is the race going on at Daytona for you?
So, start was actually pretty good. Kevin Klein did crazy qualifying times and also was faster than me at the beginning. Then he drove away, and then with the traffic that came in, a few problems here and there, but nothing too bad. Maybe a touch from a hypercar in the back, and also another slow GT3 that's being led by you. But all in all, everything good on P2 right now, as I'm seeing. Yeah, what still faster than us in general, mainly because of Kevin Klein, because he's driving quali pace in the race. Yeah, that's our race.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty amazing. Kevin Klein, he's probably one of the most well-regarded drivers in the whole race, regardless of team, and he's kind of like an alien. He really just pushes everything out of the car. Yeah. I mean, a minute 30. I mean, maybe these cars are a little quicker than real life, maybe just. But I'm so impressed to seeing what T Racing is doing in hypercar, and really impressed to see what the 197 is doing in GT3. So yeah, for you guys, 34 seconds gap. Can you maybe capitalize on maybe a slower driver on the long pit cycle? Can you try and work off of it? Because like we were saying earlier, there was no full course yellows. You have to work it out on the track. Maybe an incident or two, who knows? It's just trying to catch up to that one car, because everyone else is a lap behind or greater. So how do you folks think you're gonna manage to catch up there, Luke?
To be honest, I don't really know. The night, two other drivers are going to drive, which didn't drive before in the race here. Just me and another teammate drove, like me, then him, me, and now him. And in the drive, in the night, it's two other drivers. They're a bit slower than me and Sebastian, my teammate that's driving right now. So maybe we're gonna catch, but through mistakes they make, drive-throughs, for example, or penalties, or hardware problems, which wouldn't be great for them, but it would be for us. But yeah.
Well, it looks like in the chat, Burmic Random is sold on another lemon car. I don't know if you folks made the car livery on purpose to be like a lemon. But it's I must say it's very nice. The yellow, black, and white. Who was the one that's that designed that?
Me, actually.
You? Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah,
Good taste.
thank you. The reference of the livery was the Newman 965 Group C car.
Oh.
It's like a heritage car livery, because our team name is Tradition Sim Sport, and we are mainly driving liveries on cars that came from the past. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, Bird McGratham, you'd like that, especially as you like old cars. So he's in the chat. He'll be completely sold on that. So maybe you have a new fan for the rest of the race. In that case, that would be fantastic. All right, we won't let you go too much longer then. How's the sleeping going then? Hopefully, you folks are being refreshed and not too tired getting in the car.
No, I'm driving at 9:30 o'clock here in German time, and then I can sleep the whole night. And the next time I'm driving is 10 in the morning, so I have enough sleep.
Okay, well there you'll definitely get some sleep then. That's good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sleep like a
Um,
baby.
indeed. Well, Luke, thank you so much for having this interview. Best of luck in the rest of the race, and
Thank you.
we'll see if you go and win. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, hopefully we're gonna catch. But was a pleasure. Bye bye.
Well, it was a pleasure. Take care. All right, and folks, our final interview, I believe this will be, and this will be a good one. I think you folks will enjoy, and it's coming from the leading race team. I'm trying to get my cursor back. There we go. So joining us then for the final one of the night from Tasha's team, believe it or not. It's Tim Stoll joining us, the German himself. Tim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello, hello. Well, how are you? Well, how are you first of all? And how long you been in the car? Is everything going well with you?
Yeah, I'm good. Couldn't be happier, to be honest. Everything is going pretty well. I've done 2 stints now. I just came out of the car about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, we reclaimed our first spot during my stint, which started P1. Had a bit of unfortunate traffic and a few issues and a few crashes, but it happens. That's racing. And we are now again P1. Cars feels good. There were no big crashes, no incidents during my stint. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
I mean, yeah, calm, cool, collected. That is how you guys are. I mean, in both classes, your team leading the race, and yeah, it's truly a well-oiled machine. Yeah, so obviously this is not the Nürburgring. This is maybe a little bit different. It's Daytona, but you have a commanding lead here coming into the night hours. I mean, we're pretty much 6 hours in. I mean, you could almost call it a quarter of the race, and 48-second gap. You guys did have a couple of issues earlier when I was just joining in, like lockups and such, and then obviously swapping back positions on the long pits. But you're managing the strategy. Wuhol Racing, we were talking about the 292. Someone in the chat was saying, you know, they're getting aggressive. How are you guys going to manage into these next few hours with your team?
Yeah. So as you already said, apparently people have noticed the Voyol Cadillac's driving pretty aggressively, and you know, having my own little scrap with them here and there, I can confirm that. They are definitely racing like it's the last 2 hours and not like we have 18 hours left, but such is their good ride. They are long stop behind us, but they were on the same lap technically, so they do have a right to defend. And I think in those cases, it's important, you know, when you know you have a 3-minute lead over them technically, it's important to say, okay, back out, you know, don't take it side by side into the bus stop necessarily, don't do something stupid, basically. That's
Yeah, exactly.
that's kind of the sentiment here, and this is probably how we're going to approach the next few hours into the night. Just you know, keep the laps going, don't do something stupid, yeah, keep the car moving.
Keep the car rolling, exactly. Well, it looks like you guys are certainly doing that. So yeah, 3 long stops. It looks like some of the other hypercar rather cars doing about the same. Yeah, the Warhol 665. 2 long stops so far, so going a little bit longer. Valkyrie E-Racing 4, so that's on the upper end. But you'll probably have one pretty soon, right? And is it agonizingly long, the long stop, or do you think, well, the gap's long enough, we're calm, cool, collected, we don't have to necessarily, you know, we don't have to do too much. We just come out, we run our race, and everything is okay. How do you guys manage it when you're swapping the drivers?
Yeah, so you know, usually we of course make sure to have at least always 2 drivers ready to drive, right? So one is driving and one is on reserve. If something happens like a disconnect or something, the second driver can jump in immediately, because you do lose the lap, but if you swap quick enough, at least you can get a long stop done, and you only lose what you lost on track and not more. So you can do a lot of damage limitation if you have a standby driver, and then it also plays into, you know, handling the long stops well. If you already have the next driver that's gonna drive in the voice chat like 15 or 20 minutes before the swap, he can, you know, start preparing, start maybe driving a few laps, you know, somewhere else to get warm, and yeah, then you just swap basically. I don't think the long stops are too long. You have time, it's quite comfortable. Usually when I join the server I have about 2 minutes 20 left or so. But honestly that just helps me focus, you know, start focusing on the task ahead, and yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah, well, Eric in the car right now, it looks like you guys are handling it beautifully. I was asking earlier about like the Lexus and being like, well, how do you guys like the Lexus? They say it's quite a fast car. What about for you guys then? Obviously this is not used in real life IMSA, but how do you guys like this Genesis? And Eric in the car right now, if the live document is correct, which it should be.
Yes, yeah it is.
Okay, good. So how are you guys liking that handling?
So personally I enjoy the car a lot. I think it's quite nice. It doesn't understeer too much. It rotates nicely in the corner. I usually prefer a bit more oversteer, and I prefer a car that you can trail brake really well, and you know, you can really control the rotation during braking. And the Genesis does that pretty well. I don't have. It seems okay on the straight. I think the Cadillacs are a little bit faster. Maybe they might be a bit more dynamically efficient. But like the handling and balance, you can notice it during the infield. I'm always catching someone, no matter what hypercar it is. So I think the car's pretty strong there.
It's strong
yeah,
indeed.
I like it.
The 887 just got a drive through for cutting, so 3rd place there, and the 0 back and forth, so they'll probably, well actually I don't know if they'll overtake on that or not, but we'll see how long the drive through takes. But yeah, best of luck to you guys, obviously. You probably go out and win the race unless something big happens, so you just need to manage it, right? So best of luck to you, Tim, and nice hearing from you again, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you. And folks, that will be the drive interviews for today. Thank you so very much. There will probably be some before the end of the race, like tomorrow, but that's all we got for now. Thank you so very much, all the drivers who have came out and chatted, and 18 hours to go, roughly 4 minutes in the race, almost 9 o'clock track time. I say track time because real life is actually 2:53, as speaking of the 023, kind of barreling into the back of a orange and white GT3 right there, but thankfully gets by. Maybe looked worse than it really was, but I still head on to the back. So we'll get you a quick update on maybe the top 5 from each class. We won't go through everyone, it'll take too long. But obviously the 023 in the lead still with the Genesis, 221 laps in now. As someone is off at the bus stop, it's one of the Mustangs, and quickly back on, and woo! And they really come up on you quickly, don't they? And that was quite far back. That was, I believe that was this car right here, the 551, getting going again. That was a little interesting, but yeah, Watts E-Racing in the lead in the 023 car in the hypercar class. Wohol Racing in the 292 Cadillac is now in second. That was, I think, based off the drive-through for, you know, cutting the track we just had from the other team. So right now in second, we'll see for how long. They've been swapping back and forth. Third place is the 887, who seems to be running along right now. They haven't really been involved in too much. The Simline Rivals Racing Team, otherwise known as SRRT, but they're running strongly in third, and fourth place in the 010, who we just interviewed very recently in the Cadillac there. That is the Moritz Racing Esports team with Leo Schwartz in the car at the moment. And then in fifth place in the 031 Porsche, it's the, let's see here, just looking for it, the HGE Racing Esports team, and Tommaso Battaglia, excuse me, of Italy, Battaglia I think it is, now in the car. They've done a drive swap not too long ago. That's the top 5 in hypercar. In GT3, the leader, we just interviewed them not long ago, the 197 Watts E-Racing team, 1 and 1 in both classes. The 197, Zakaria Sharif is in the car right now, the Canadian, who was very highly talked about by both his team and maybe by me, a little biased, but you know, we support the Canadians. In the Lexus RCF GT3, they're just absolutely dominating, with the 054 Porsche in second position there, of tradition since we just talked to the lemon car that Bernard Grandin really likes. He says he supports all the lemons, so there you go. Sebastian Schoenfeld in the car at the moment. And in third place, it would be the 076 Mercedes, and that is Reiter Engineering Esports of Mats Windhausen in the AMG GT3 Evo. Going through the bus stop, very lovely livery by the way. And in fourth place, it's the 291 BMW of Limit X Racing. Jörg Koch is in the team right now, of Germany. And then in fifth place in GT3, last one we'll cover for now, the 100 Corvette C8 there, C8R of Moritz Racing again, 28 seconds behind Limit X there. Yeah, the 100 Moritz Racing Esports number 2 team, that is kind of black and green. Antonin Zilvar is in the team right now, well, in the car right now, of Czechia. So Matthew must have got off of the rig a little bit ago. That's how they run top 5 in hypercar and GT3. Right, in the chat we got Mike 1997 NFS. Wish you some clean racing. I believe that was just who we were talking to there. Well, I'm sure they've heard that and they appreciate the support. Did I miss anything else? No, I think that was everything. Yeah, I'm just looking up the chat just in case. But yeah, we'll swap through the different cameras here. Nearly 2 hours into my stint. I don't know, I might just take a minute to breathe and then come back. But you know, it is a long day, right? Probably go till about 5 p.m. then I'll get off. Obviously, some food, and then I might be back in the evening as well for another little short stint before bed. Lots of the nighttime section with your host Merc Rio here at the AC Friends 24 Hours of Daytona. And it really likes the helicam. I don't know why, but Autocam really likes the helicam for some reason. I don't know why. Just kind of going to different cars as they go around the track. No real small gaps to mention at the moment, which is a shame. Even if we come all the way back here in GT3, 17 seconds is the smallest gap. Now that's because things are widening as, you know, the skill gap increases. People do their long pits, so that makes a little bit of a difference. So everyone doing things at different times, it really makes the gap quite big at points. So you might see sometimes the gap being like 2 seconds, and then you come back in 20 minutes and the gap is all of a sudden, you know, 20 seconds. 4 seconds here. There you go, the 887. But yeah, there is not too much to speak about. Oh, but the 100 car has had a moment, and we just saw them getting going again. That was out of the bus stop, out of the Le Mans chicane. I didn't quite see what happened, but they were slow and they've gotten going again. Alright, well, they'll not lose any position. Are they going to come into the pits? No, they're going to keep going. It must not have been bad enough then. That made me go, ooh, that might be a moment, but not quite. The 380 in the pits, and we also have the 039 as well. And there was another one driving in as well there. Way out in the back. So a couple of cars in the pits now. Keep an eye on how they're going. .082. Yeah, they're not doing so well. Just them running around. Let's take a look inside. Oh, they're coming into the pits. Well, I was looking at Maximilian Demand there in the chat, but they were speaking German, so I was wondering if they were saying something, but go to this view. They're working their way in right now. 6th place, 887 is back on the move as well. Everyone at the same time. Yeah, they're getting going. A couple of the GT3s far back in the field doing their pits. Well, Maximilian, I think they are on, but CSP, well, they're not. Well, let's take a look. I think they are on. You can see they're on, but CSP is not quite showing them at a fair range. So I guess the settings of, you know, the main broadcast here in Assetto Corsa, they just don't have the light range far enough out for you to see them at a distant camera. So it looks like they're off, but then you get close and then they magically poof on. So so don't worry, they're in compliance. They're in compliance, don't you worry. Wohol Racing, 2nd place now. Shame for the 010. They were really in the fight for the lead there not too long ago, and they've fallen off a bit with some of what's going on. I'm sure if someone did have their lights off, people would know pretty quickly. Wouldn't see them coming up behind you. So, yeah, just past 3 o'clock my time now. I think I'll just take a quick breather and, you know, take a drink, get a little bit of food, come on back, maybe in about 10 minutes time, and we'll continue on until about 5 p.m, which is about 2 hours from now, and let you listen to the sights and sounds of the AC Friends 24 hours of Daytona, continuing coverage here on the AC Friends YouTube channel. Thank you everyone so much. Be back in a few minutes. everyone, and welcome back to the AC Friends 24 hours of Daytona. Excuse me, I was just eating my lunch there and just finished it, and ready to bring you through the next couple of hours of racing action here at the track. It's 17 hours and 30 minutes to go in the race. 242 laps complete here of the circuit, and it looks like we just had a swap for the lead. 242 laps now, and yeah, it looks like 0-1-0. The Cadillac is back in the lead here. So, talking about them earlier, I guess they're swapping through the pit stops, but they are now back to the lead of the race here with Watty Racing in the pits there. Yep, shows us first, but now second, and that's probably a long stop then. Looking at it, minute 22 behind. Yeah, that must be when they cross the start-finish line, because it's stopped there. So they'll head out on track. It will reset to second place, and there they go. Oh, there we go. That's the view I was more looking for. A couple of lockups ahead. We'll hold 292. Drive through for cutting now. Might not be the first one, I'm not sure. That's fourth place. That'll have to go to the pits. And that's 4 long pits now for the 0-2-3 here in this race. So, out in second now, chasing the 0-1-0 again. And when they go for their pit stop, they'll probably assume the lead again, which is right now actually in the pit lane. Okay, so third place, still the 887. Lockups might look a bit bigger than they really are, was what I was hearing during the interview. And in GT3, the 197 still chugging along in first place. Now 6 long pits for the 130, and not doing so well them, the Porsche. Watty Racing dominating in both classes. That's kind of the story so far, with 054 Tradition Sim Sports in second place there, and third Reiter 076 Mercedes still going along. So that I don't believe has changed. Now, as the pit sequences happens, 0-2-3 back to the lead, and only a 2-second gap to the 887 at the moment. That's the way that is looking. So again, they cycle through and get updates as we go along. Quickest lap is, I believe, from Watty Racing, which is the 1 minute 34.49, kind of towards the beginning of the race. By the time I end off in an hour and a half from now, it will be 15 hours to go. And then I'll have a kind of evening time stint with you guys. As we watch all the cars go around the track. It's looking interesting. First and second now. 721 just got to drive through for cutting. We haven't really talked about them yet. Let me bring up my live documents again, because I was just kind of looking at the news there as I was eating my food. Too bad we don't have any more commentators at this time to fill some of the airspace. It is how it is. One drivetrain racing. Got a Bulgarian driver in the car right now. Well, they're all Bulgarians actually. Yavor Manov, hopefully I'm saying that right. He just puts in that drive through. That's the battle for the lead right now of the race. How are they managing their, I was going to say boost, it's not quite boost, not an LMP1, but oh, that looks really bad, oh it is! And spin for both cars, it's the 887 into the back of the Honda there, which one was it? It was 21st overall, the Valkyrie. Racing car 059, that's not what you want to see. And that was quite a shunt into the bus stop there. Or the Le Mans chicane, whichever one you call it. And it looks like they're going back again, but wow, both of them into the barrier there, just beyond the entrance of the Le Mans chicane. That was quite interesting. But they are carrying on, thankfully. So that's brought the 887 back to 6 seconds. So again, more time lost in the battle for the lead over this full 24-hour period. Might be small right now, but it adds up as you go along. And my goodness, that was one of the first real bits of action we've seen tonight. There was that one earlier at the bus stop when we had the interview going. And now this one. That's kind of the two main accidents we've really seen in the last couple of hours. And obviously that's where the main bits of action is going to be, because there's not too much else. It's kind of like turn 1 and turn 2, which is a really big action zone. Maybe you'll see some fighting in the two horseshoes, but beyond that you won't see too much unless it's the bus stop. Wide open space to go round. Now for Watty Racing, they just keep getting good luck out of it. Lovely sounding car as well. Bits of a battle in GT3 at the moment, the 100 Corvette. It's a close one with Limitex Racing. Well, this is quite far back in the leaderboard by this point. 2 Corvettes in the whole field. Really unfortunate for the 287. They're 9 laps behind the 797, who's then 7 laps behind the 039. And to the lead, I don't know, so many I can't even count, double digits, but problems plaguing them in the race. for the Porsche AFS Slovakian team here. Just kind of looking for where track action might be. Second place, 031, a drive through for cutting. Right in the mid pack. Final car in the lead lap of the race. Now, it was earlier that there was only really 3 cars on the lead lap. Now 6 total. And let's see, how close is first place getting to them? Oh, well, actually, they just entered the pits, so they might grab them this time and pass it to make it 5 cars on the lead lap. That's okay. Imagine coming up to lap your own class. That's pretty crazy. How much skill difference can be sometimes. Nacho the Macho wants to see the battle between 20th and 19th. Here's a look at it. 019. Not much to see at the moment, unfortunately. This was the one with the kind of old Japanese flag on the top. I don't know if that was on purpose, but kind of looks like it. Right, we'll keep an eye on it though. Cycling around, there isn't too much to really see right now. See, 4th going for an overtake here. Drifting off one another. It's unfortunate the 1-2-1, how they've been tonight. Car's 21st overall. Yeah, that's the Valkyrie. Yes, Valkyrie esports team. Yeah, and I think that was the one that just had the incident. Nacho. That was the one that just had the incident in the Le Mans chicane there, and then got going again with the 887. Yeah, NSX. Yeah, Honda NSX. Yeah. Well, you say Acura. I think it was kind of like a together. It was Acura and Honda NSX. Really see this car used too much anymore. Used to see it a bit more, especially in IMSA. That was back in like 2019. I remember. I think they had a car, so they used to have a presence. But yeah, Valkyrie E-Racing is what they're called, yeah. Kind of having a Dr. Pepper as we watch it go round. Corvette shaping up here. Oh, he nearly blocked one of the hypercars. That was interesting. 1.5 seconds now gap first to second, so he's clawed it back a bit. And currently in the car for the 887, it's Aleksander Gotkowski of Poland. Aleksander is doing pretty well right now, considering what just happened. Got his bearings, got back to chasing him down. They might be deploying a little bit more energy than some of the other cars. That's something we don't really have any information on, which is a shame. We don't really know how they're managing the energy, the battery. Yes, I think that's what Nacho was confused about, was that it was the Valkyrie team, not Valkyrie the Aston Martin. Yeah, be very clear on that. That might be a little confusing for some viewers, I imagine. Look at 4th place, lots of traffic here on the high banks. Coming into the pits, the 665 Cadillac. That's going to allow the 010 to overtake. Now, will this be a short or long pit? So many of them throughout the race, more than 20. That's for sure. $15 long pits in total. Not as many short ones, and that's actually a drive-through for the 665. Oh, okay. Didn't cross the white line, thankfully. Back out on circuits. That was actually a drive-through for cutting the track then. Okay. Back to the 887, it's about 1.2 seconds. They are slowly bringing it in. They must be deploying more. There's no way that they're catching up to Watty racing like this, just on pace alone. They're really doing well here in this short little section. That's what makes the race interesting. We like that. Oh, I was nearly a little too far. Now you still have the grass there in the Le Mans chicane. Last year in real life they actually removed the grass there for the first time, mainly on a reason of safety. Well, thankfully in the sim you still have that unpredictability of the grass. Now I understand why they did it, but obviously you took away any of that chance of, you know, having it being race ending if you have a collision in there. Because unless you're going hard into the barrier by being way too deep, if you have a spin or whatnot, you can still maybe get back out on track. Or, you know, drive yourself back to the pits, no full course yellow, and not potentially have to be race ending. Results to week off in GT3. Close battle now between the number 019 and the 729 Audi. No one talks about them too much. Again, this is for position, but not too much in the overall part of the race. Actually, still trying to look them up. So yeah, Siege Motorsports, Felipe Farias from Brazil in the car right now. And gets it done into turn 1 there, 7th overall, sorry, 7th in GT3, right, not overall, 19th overall. Already a couple laps down, several laps down to the leader. Getting it done, the 729. Lovely red and black livery. Losing out. Car go fast, but not quite so fast. Dominic Buschendorf in the car now for them. Oh, it looks like 887. 19 seconds back. Did something happen, or did they go to the pits? Last lap, minute 40. Something happened to the 887. We just missed it as we were looking at the overtake. And they are back 18 seconds now. What happened to the... what happened to the 887? The Simline Rivals Racing Team car there. I wish I could have a little replay and take a look. Well, they're going again now, full speed. But yeah, the previous lap, minute 40, indicates that they probably didn't come into the pits. That would have been a lot bigger than that. And now they are coming to the pits. So they must have had an incident, and now they're coming in, and straight behind them. Whoa, that was quite close. The 665 Wohol Racing almost into the back. And that was a little scary, but they avoided. It looks like they are continuing to pit here. Not too much time lost. If anything, it helps the 023, that's for sure. Wohol Racing 292 coming around to this is the other Wohol car coming around to take second position in a moment, and now they do. So the 023 to the 292 now. I really want to know what that incident was. So the Ablix in chat says the 887 888 spun going into the bus stop, and the 887 unfortunately hit them. Okay, thank you so much, very much for that. 888 GT3, it would have been the Corvette here. Okay. So unfortunately they hit them, they lost 10 seconds off of that. That's just a 10th place GT3 car as well, wow. Okay, well, coming back out on circuit, we'll see what happens. They're just ahead of the 010 now. It's hard to really see damage from here live. Knight's been able to repair it anyway. The Ablix, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. And now the 380 going for a long pits now. That's 4th in GT3. Limitex's just passed them though. A couple of people in the pits now. I guess we will constantly have people in the pits. It probably won't be a time you have no one. 114, a drive through for cutting. That's well back in GT3 right now. The one of the black and yellow cars passing nearly 10 o'clock track time. That's a long pit for the 059 now. 5 of 15. Looks like many of the GT3s are headed into their 4th or maybe 5th long stop. AFS Racing has had 7 of 15 already done. That's bad for them. Half of their long pits, and we're really just about a quarter through the race. That's not good. I think if you go over the long stop limit, you get a penalty. I think it's a stop and go. I don't know for how long, but trying to remember from last year's Nürburgring race what they did. I imagine it's similar. If you go over the long stop limit, it's not a good penalty, that's for sure. Anyone only with 2? I think everyone's done at least 3. Everyone's done at least 3 in GT3 now. In Hypercar, it looks like 3 for the 665, and most are on 4. 6 of 15 for AFS Racing and Hypercar as well, with the 130 Porsche. So I don't know what AFS Racing is doing, but they are taking a lot of theirs early, and will it come back to bite them later in the race is the question now. 0-1-0 drive through taken. So they're now back to 4th place. Once again, they were in the lead at one point, even if it was just for a little bit. They were in the lead, and they were battling with obviously the 023 and the 887, but now they're going to have to fight their way up again. Oh, and problem for the 390. We just saw red there. They might have spun at the West Horseshoe. The 390 orange car there, 9th overall. I guess I'm going again. Little moment. 787 going for their long pit now. Small moment, it looks like they're doing fine. You only get little blips of it before you miss it. Blink and you miss it kind of thing. I don't know why AutoCam loves the overhead view so much. Cycle through a few driver POVs for you guys, get a look at how they're doing. And a driver perspective, just down to the pit lane speed limit. And that is the 292 into the pits now. And the 887 will resume 2nd place again. The only one really staying consistent enough is the 023, and they're back up to kind of how they were earlier with a 1.5-minute gap now. So that means even with the pit stop, I think they'll still come out ahead. Unless it's a long pit, maybe not a long pit, a regular pit stop, come out ahead. Can't hear the audio too much in this car. Which is a shame because it's a good sounding car, the Alpine. Especially if you've played LMU, Le Mans Ultimate, you love the Alpine. Lovely sounding car. Of course, everyone loves the Cadillac. That's my personal favourite hypercar sound. Warming up tyres, it's the 292. I guess they have space for it. Normally around traffic you wouldn't be able to do such a thing. In fact, even in real life, I don't know if you'd risk it. It's kind of let it come up to temperature naturally. Yeah, they're deliberately doing some weaving there. They need to get their tyre temps in. Someone was asking in the Discord, in the regular chat, I believe. Someone was asking, do we have bingo for this race? We can check some stuff off already. I don't have a bingo card with me. If it exists, I'd be more than happy. But, I imagine it would get filled up with all the things that happen in a 24 hours race. Around there. Ooh, that was a close one. That was the leader, I believe. Yeah, 023. Just guessing around on the outside. It's a tricky one to do because you guess it wrong, he gets on the grass. Oh, someone off and guessing back on, or at least went really deep. Oh, and taking to the apron there. Wow, what's going on here? I don't know if I can look behind. And that is a Porsche right there. In, I think, 10th position, it is. Why were they on the apron, the AFS team? I'm not sure. They might have gone really deep and maybe allowed them through. That could be what happened, but I just saw them kind of join from a very weird angle and then take to the apron. Quite something. Right, 10 o'clock track time, 4 o'clock local time where I'm at, and 10 o'clock I guess UTC +1 Central European time, where the majority of the people are watching this race. You're watching the 24 hours of Daytona presented by AC Friends on Assetto Corsa, and less than 17 hours to go in this race now, more than a quarter of the way through, and about an hour left to go with me before I go off for a little bit of a dinner break. and would be back with you this evening alongside our fellow commentators, Rahul Nasir and Luca Sheed, I think I'm saying that right, Luca Sheed, that are calling this race. Oh, you know what? Larry has given me a bingo card here in Discord. Now I can't show you because it's not me controlling the live. Well, I'm controlling the live cameras, but I can't show you Discord. But if you look under the main general chat in the AC Friends Discord, there is a bingo card that we can use to track all of the funny events going on and see who gets a bingo first, I guess. Okay, so we have obviously a free square in the middle there. Blue chat message. Well, I don't know if I can even look at the chat messages within the game. Can I? I don't believe so. I'm going to try anyway. Lap 1 death. Well, I wasn't here for lap 1, so I'm not sure, but I imagine that would have happened. Crash on pit exit. I haven't seen that. Car goes cone bowling. I imagine that's happened at some point, but the cones sometimes respawn, don't they? Or at least it depends on like if you see it locally or not. If you don't see it locally, nothing happens. If you see it in front of you, I think it does move. That's probably happened at some point. Bus stop slowdown, that's definitely happened. In fact, bus stop collision. We can certainly check that one off. Team has a Smurf. Who would you guys say is your Smurf in this race? Who is the absolute alien? Is it Kevin Klein? Could probably check that one off. Voice chat rage. Well, everyone's in their own individual team voice here, so I don't know. GTP murders GT3. Definitely can check that one off. That's for sure. Bust off dive bomb. Absolutely can check that one off. Flash someone. I'm sure it's happened, but I haven't seen it myself. Unsafe rejoin. I have seen that right towards the beginning when I was commentating a few hours ago. That happened actually. So yeah, don't forget to resafe jointly and drive-through penalty. That certainly happened many times. That's an easy one to check off. 3 wide. I haven't seen that. Maybe it happened at the beginning of the race. I'm not sure. Team with default livery. I don't know. Do we have anyone with the default livery? Not sure. Let's turn on the autocam. Maybe we'll find something. I'm not sure. Car hits tire wall at turn 6. Almost have that, but not quite. Car without headlights. Now, I've seen every car with headlights so far. Just CSP having a little thing where it doesn't show the lights at a far distance. 4X car contact. It's not iRacing, but I imagine that's happened. We can check that off. Get flashed at. Is that in there twice? Oh, okay. Flash someone and then get flashed at. Right, okay. So this is for the individual bingo then. Alright, survive first hour. Well, that's pretty much everyone, so everyone can check that one off. I think that's 2 in the O section there. O column. Or maybe 3 even. Meatball flag. Again, this is kind of more iRacing specific. I think it would have happened to someone at this rate. Overshoot pit box. Well, that's happened because people are allowed to go to the end of the pit lane and then disconnect. So I don't know if that one actually counts or not. Speeding penalty. I don't know if that's happened or not today. Race has solo driver. Is anyone racing solo today? I don't believe so. Looking at the list of drivers in the live document, everyone has around 3 or 4, so I don't think so. And then the last one is bump draft, which maybe has happened, maybe not. I'm not sure. I haven't seen any myself. Okay, well that's the bingo. That's more iRacing specific, but that's the bingo. Maybe someone's getting close on a bingo. We'll see. 721 is off for a long pit. And Watty Racing 197 is in the pits now as well, with such a big gap that they probably are not going to lose the lead here. Can I get something a little nicer? There we go. Yeah, they've just actually reconnected, and their timer or stopwatch goes up again. I like how each individual pit box has, you know, their number plate, team name. It's pretty hard to miss your pit box in this race. And little wheel spin and away you go in the Lexus. We were interviewing them earlier and they were actually very confident in themselves. So that must have been a long pit with the reset of the timer. Stopwatch 39 seconds to the pit exit, which really is up here. In real life, it's actually to that straight. It's not that far back. That must be the old pit lane line. That's the only nitpick I can really give about that. And away they go again, and indeed, first place even after the pit stop by a second and a half. So they've built up such a big gap now that they really do not have to worry. Unless things go wrong for them. Take a look at Tradition Sim Sport. Really big boost as they get high in the revs. You get to gear 6, you get high in the revs, you're going to hear that boost coming on. Now I think you can edit how much of the boost it is at a certain rev or a certain RPM. If I'm not mistaken, they've done it in real life, right? In IMSA, where the GTD cars, they'll have a certain boost level. You never really see it go above like 1.8, right? So you have it for each certain RPM points, and oh no, that is a huge shunt by the 054, and spin back right onto the track, thankfully. But a huge hit to the car ahead, and I think that's the Valkyrie again, is it not? Oh my goodness. That was indeed the 059. My goodness. Tradition Sim Sport with an absolutely huge shunt there, my goodness. Into the barrier, then back onto the track. Bounced thankfully the right way. They didn't lose too much time out of it, if you can believe it. It's only 3 seconds still to first place. But oh my goodness, wow. Wow. Right as we were riding on board. Oh, I don't know if there's any damage. Let's take the bus stop carefully. Now, will that be a report and a penalty? Well, let's see as they cross the line, how much time do they lose on this lap? From previous lap, they lost 5 seconds, which is really not all that bad in the end. But okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Ouch. That must have hurt though. Must have hurt. please show the team limit X. Absolutely. The 291. And the 551, I think that just showed up as a drive-through for cutting. Well, back in 29. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Get out of the way there. Get out of the way, you purple BMW. That is, yeah. That wasn't very solid. He was kind of in the middle of the track, and the BMW 721, I think it was. Could have been the 082, but they didn't know which way they were going, and almost a collision. And indeed, that was the 721 there. It's interesting. It's showing 10th place. No, it wasn't this one. No, it was the 721. Yeah, it shows 9th now. I don't know why I was confused. Anyway, narrowly avoiding. Andre Wolf, are you cheering for Limit X? A little bit on board, maybe. Oh, I don't know why the F1 cameras have gone off there, but there you go, that's fixed. Actually, can't see the dashboard too well. I imagine it's a little brighter in the actual cockpit. Someone locked up in the turn 1 ahead. Yeah, Friansky says in the chat, sad there's no Valkyrie hypercar. Yeah, I don't know how we have say a Genesis and a Peugeot, but yes, we don't have a Aston Martin Valkyrie. Maybe there wasn't enough time to get one into the sim, because it is still fairly new, right? And these mods take time to make. Or maybe just no one chose one. It could have been that as well. But yeah, those cars are really nice. How about Hearts of Racing in IMSA sporting that car? 551 has taken their drive-through. It's not good for the Ford today, the sole Ford in the field. You're right on board. I do like how they've even made the dash correct. Maybe not quite the right... I don't know if the number font is correct that you see on the gear. I don't know if that's the correct one or not. But it does look very, very much close enough to the real life dash there. Oh, let him by. Oh, and there's the flash. There is the flash that you folks were looking at on bingo by the Peugeot. Get out of the way. Well, you can stroke that off if you try to win bingo there. Yeah, the Cadillac's doing here. They have a hypercar and the GT3 in the way, and that's how you get out of the way. Third to the right. Do a little wait, and nice, very good. That's exactly how you like to see it. Now can the 292 get around? Is the question. Straight line speed pretty similar. I don't know if they... Yeah, they will. They will. Eventually they backed off. GSIX 168 on 5 long pits now. I have to keep an update on AFS. How are they doing? 6 of 15 on their Porsche 130. And in the 991 GT3, it's 7 of 15 still. And they've done a driver swap. Juraj Smister of Slovakia in the car now. Reiter just had that was a long pit there. Five of 15. I think last weekend showed no amount of BOP can save that car. Well, that's something to bring up then to the folks that make the cars then. If it's enough that people are not outright choosing not to drive it, that's a problem, right? You want to have a lot of variety. It's a BOP kind of race. That should be feedback to them and say, hey, this car is so bad that we just simply cannot choose it. Obviously, they'd like to have at least someone drive it. So that's something they can work on for next time. At least the Cadillac sounds good, exactly. Caddy always sounds good. Why does the Genesis sound like a rally car? You know what? Hang on. Let me go back on. For some reason they show us Alpines. I don't know why. Well, that is an Alpine. No, the actual Genesis from earlier here. They're both showing us Alpines, even though Genesis is different. You know, I can see the resemblance. Yeah, it does sound a little bit like a rally car, doesn't it? I was just playing EA Sports WRC on my own channel the other day, and it does sound a little bit like it, doesn't it? Not that I'm complaining, because I'm not. You're right, it does sound a little similar, doesn't it? In real life it sounds more like a BMW. Yeah, okay, well that's, again, feedback for the team. Genesis car not doing so well in this race. 10-second gap now. This is what the Alpine sounds like. Oh no, he's nearly off. Oh, I've done that before. You drop a wheel onto the grass, and in some simulators, that's you going for a ride if it's a bit more like ice, especially at night time. But thankfully they avoided that. Yeah, that's what the Alpine sounds like. And then, of course, the one in the lead. Oh, manage him effectively. Oh, yes, okay, good. Worrying for nothing. One in the lead's doing a good job. I'm just trying to get to listen and hear what it sounds like. It does sound a little bit. When it does that, it sounds a little bit like a rally car, doesn't it? Okay, what else do we have here? Just kind of go through a bunch of the cars, see what's going on, see where the most action is. 031. People are close to each other, that's what I want to see right now. Let's take a look at hypercar only. I've learned how to do this properly. 1 through 12. Well, there's no one bad enough in Hypercar that, you know, no one bad enough in Hypercar that, they're in the GT3 field, thankfully. There's a look at GT3, and now I think I can go back by clicking? Now, they told me last night I can click kind of in the little space. There's no space now. There's supposed to be a little space where I can go back. Okay, we'll turn on auto cam for a sec, and that can be sorted. Oh, that's not working now. I might have to... wait. Now, I thought I could click and then work my way back like I did last night, but it's not working right now. Yeah, lots of close action on the track. Turn off auto cam and see this inside. There we go. Less than a second here. 114. I should have just kept it overall. I don't know what I was thinking. So it looks like Franyansky, sorry, it's pronounced Franyansky. It doesn't seem to like the sounds. Okay, folks, we'll try and get the hypercar leaderboard back on in a moment. Maybe that doesn't work. Okay, we'll turn on the auto cam and that can swap through the cameras for us. Go through the tri-oval. Someone in the pits now. That's the McLaren, the 933. Hang on, let's see if I can do it now. No. I went full screen just to see if I could use the cursor. I don't believe it works. Tried to take him for the 054, second place car there. And out of the pits. And they are now officially a lap down to the 197 to the Le Mans chicane. Everyone playing nicely, we hope. Yep, they do. Yeah, the Genesis model looks great, Franyansky, I agree. I absolutely agree. I'm just kind of going between turning auto cam on and off. Okay, hold on. Okay, right, so we're gonna sort out the UI. Okay, 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. We just got it fixed. Had to unpin it and then kind of move it back, and now it's fixed. So, right, everyone, thank you so much for waiting on that. I think you can still hear me okay. Do apologize about that. little silence there. Right, now that's all fixed, we can now see all of the classes, and I will not be touching that again, that's for sure. Because the way that we thought it worked is that we could click to the left and kind of swap through the different ones, but you need to have a little space there to be able to actually click it in the first place. Well, the way the leaderboard is aligned is it goes right up to top left there, makes it look seamless. So, do apologise, it's now fixed. And off is 721. What's happening in the 721? Now returning back on, the BMW was going slow there, might have been there in the International Horseshoe, he's gone off. And now he's holding up. Whoa! He was holding off the, I think the leader, the 023. Is that the leader, or who is that? It looks like a leader. I think it is the leader. Indeed it was, so that was interesting. bunch of hypercars together. BMW not having a very good race at all. That's kind of half an hour or so of my little commentating stint here. The first one anyway, and then I'll be back in the evening for more. With obviously Lucas Scheid and Rahul Nasir to cover some of the other portions of the race. Right, so I'm going to turn off those team channels now. Okay. Oh no, what's happened to the Corvette number 797? They are stopped in the grass and now reversing. They've had a little spin at the International Horseshoe and they're already second to last place. And now they're moving again. They're waiting for the traffic, which is good on them, being so far down. Little moment there, but they're off and running again. Not a good day for the Corvettes also. Well, the 100's doing okay, but still several laps behind. .039 drive through for cutting, and they're not having a good race either, unfortunately. I think the little bars you see on the timing tower, the red and yellow and well, most of them green, I think that's the ping of each of the drivers. So for the 019, they're not really doing well on ping. Hopefully hang on in well. That's something you have to keep in mind, something that you wouldn't really have in real life, but you certainly would have here. Keep an eye on your network connection. .887 going for a long pits now, and that will put the 292 back into second place. 039 drive through taken. Okay. That puts a 039 even further behind. Looks like the weather's clear for this race. I'm not seeing any rain or anything as of right now. No issues. Second place they go. 797 drive through for cutting. And how far back are they? Oh yeah, really far back. Yeah, the orange and white Corvette again. 8 laps behind just the 551. Still ahead of the last place 287. Kind of running their own race at the moment. Now into the bus stop, and oh no, big collision again! And that was certainly not good by the 039. I think he was the one that actually initiated it. The green coloured NSX, and was involved with a hypercar as well. That was a nasty collision there by the Thai driver. People are up and running again. But, oof, that was not very nice. I need to just kind of watch that back again. So he entered in, oh, he dive bombed. Completely dive bombed on the car we were watching there, the 797. And did the hypercar avoid it? I'm just trying to look now and see on the replay on the live stream, and no, well, yes, he kind of did. He did avoid it, actually. Somehow, that's Peugeot avoided it. That's crazy. The 045 avoiding that contact, because it looked like he was involved, and then I just watched the replay and he actually got by. But wow, okay, see if there's any penalty for that on the already struggling and again 797 struggling. I mean, this is really getting bad, and we feel for them, we absolutely do. But yeah, that was certainly not a good move into the bus stop. I just have to say that, because you have three cars all at, you know, the same point. You need to let the others head on through, especially when you're at that, you know, stage. ITAN team number 2, that is. Unfortunate for them. Now running again and lost another lap. Now 9 laps back of 039. Now into the pits, 045 for, I guess, a long pits now. You might as well do it as you have the time. But moments like those is where you will see the strategy change as you go along. There's a look there at the 887 and current driver Rafat Gutman of Poland. Headed into turn 1. And it looks like Valkyrie E Racing 082 off for a long pits now as well. 292, a lot of them all happening at the same time again. Again, these cars are really only running, what, a little more than half an hour through each cycle. Feels like it's happening a ton, but it kind of is. Poor NSX also involved there. They're just trying to run their race now. And 797 took a drive through, so that was indeed a penalty for that collision. And so a drive through for them, drive through for the 887 in hypercar, and that's 5th place for them. And they've fallen back a little bit then too. So we'll just watch on the traffic as they come on through here. It's a little busy. One of the busiest sections of the circuit, and they navigate it beautifully, as one would expect on the 023. And who's in the car right now is the question. Let's see. It's actually Sasha in the car right now, so just who was helping me fix the overlay, he's now in the car himself and has to focus. See what lap times he pulls in. Trying to keep it straight, yeah. Now the 887 has taken their drive through. That allows the 292 to get back a little bit. I believe this is 4 lap down on 2nd place up ahead, but obviously because of everything that's going on behind the 023. Yeah, nearly a full lap gap here. And that previous lap of 33.465 for Sasha. Hypercars running together. At least 4 of them. Right behind them is the Porsche of the what's that, the 130 it is. 380, 6 of 15 on the long pits now. So in GT3, running steadily. Either getting to 6 or maybe 7 of long pits now. Some of them still on 4 though, I mean, some keeping it for a little while later, which I think is the play. So lots of time in the race. We were looking at AFS earlier, I think they're still on 6. Well, no, the GTD car is on 7. Hypercar is on 6, but that's the highest we've seen. Alright, let's turn on Autocam, let's see what we got. If it didn't have the Helicam view, I think I would have left Autocam on a little bit more, but considering how much it likes to do the Helicam, it's not an amazing looking view, to be honest. Most of the race. No, let's see, like right there. Should be turned down maybe a little bit. But we'll go through whatever close action is going on. There isn't much right now. The 721 is 7 seconds behind the 390. That's as close as I see at this moment as people are pitting. 787 now, 7 long pits. So the 787 now joins them. As we'll be finishing up pretty soon here. Oh, now then a drive through for cutting. The 787 cannot catch a break in this race, is what it looks like. Yeah. That Thai team cannot catch a break here, it looks like. Last lap was 1:55, so even then they were going quite slow behind real pace. And it keeps on going. Limitex into the pits, and actually coming out of the pits now, because that looks like a drive-through, because I see the timer, it's going up. I think that's a drive-through actually, not a regular pit stop. No, it was a long pit stop, 5 of 15, okay. Well then that must have been someone coming in. Oh, and was that someone off? Yes it is again, the Valkyrie. Whoa, and just avoiding was one of the other GT3s there. Woo. Valkyrie back on the racetrack now, and it's just bad to worse for them. I was right up ahead and I saw it and I was like, uh-oh, that looks like a in. How about once again for 039, it's just again bad to worse. I was out to the Lemur chicane. And they're going again. It's kind of sad to see so many of it happening all in a little time span. I mean, I know there's 16 hours to go, but it must feel gut-wrenching. Absolutely gut-wrenching at points. Here's the BMW now coming on the 390. And they were slowly gaining up time. Now it looks like maybe they had a lockup or something, the 390, and allowed the 721 back in it. 039 off again. I just keep looking on the timing tower and seeing the red pop up. That meaning they're off the track. And so sad. Now going for it. 721, are they going to have it into turn 1 though is the question. Side draft off of him, and yes indeed, they're going to have it even before the corner. Because that previous lap for the 390, a 142. Really, really slow. And he absolutely blows by him. With Slavian Stoichev in the car right now. Driving the car for the 390 is Ratchanen Thamatuat? I'm probably not saying that right, I do apologise. Ratchanen Genesis. That's the pronunciations for me today. Whole line of GT3s ahead, including second place here, running round together. Just majestic, isn't it? Thank you everyone who has came in tonight, we really appreciate it. I hope to see you guys all later this evening as well. I'm thinking around 7:30 or maybe 8 o'clock. It depends on how I'm feeling, right? Maybe around 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock. I'll come on and do the second stint for a couple of hours. Maybe 3 hours until bedtime. And then I have to work early in the morning tomorrow, so can't be up too late. Another drive-through for the 7817. Number 4-5 drive-through taken. Haven't talked about them really too much today. Only really 2 drivers on circuit really with high ping. Most seem to be doing pretty good. Haven't seen anyone glitch around either, so that's a good thing. Letting you guys hear the sounds of the race. I'm sure some of you are headed off to sleep soon if you're in Europe, and I don't blame you for that whatsoever. Right, drive-through taken for the 023, that must have been for cutting. He's still a minute and 25 ahead even with that. Although I guess second place is not at risk of being lapped anymore, I suppose. I think is that the second time that's happened for them, or the third? I don't remember. I don't know if we have a count of that somewhere, where how many drive-throughs you've taken. Mikhail Danu, who we interviewed earlier back in the car of the 010, pulling 31.3s at the moment. Let's see if he can chase him down. Get some of that time back. Oh! And going really wide into the West Horseshoe there was the 721 BMW, who exactly what we're about to mention was being chased by the 130 Porsche. So all it takes is just a wheel or two off and you can lose a bit of lap time, and now that brought it from 5 seconds to half a second for 9th position here. And he might have him into the bus stop considering the momentum. Be one of the last overtakes we have before we hit 16 hours to go. Oh yeah, easily has him here and gets by for 9th place. So that's an overtake. Well before the Le Mans chicane. So we'll see if he can draft him back. Oh, it doesn't look like it. It looks like something's wrong with the BMW of the 721. They just cannot get on the power. They can't even get the draft going to the start-finish line. We'll see at turn 1 how aggressive he's going to be. And he is. Well, he was looking inside. No, it wasn't even close. Not even close now. And it's brought the gap up to over half a second. And struggling there in the 721 is Slavian Stoichev. Not a very good day for the lone Ferrari in the field as well. Very opposite to what we'd see in real life in WEC. Battle still ongoing, but now there's a GT3 to get out of the way. That's over a second, so they're pulling away now. Oliver Gomulka of Slovakia now in the car of that 130. That will pretty much do it for my time here in the first stint. 4 hours with maybe about a 20-minute break for getting lunch, which I have ate. It was very good, by the way. continue to watch the race in chat, and obviously I'll have a bit of dinner to come up soon. Had quite a late lunch today, to be honest, but yeah, we'll be back probably around 7:30. If I decide to go to 8, I might start at 8, we'll see. No real stress, it seems, from the AC Friends guys. They seem to be very appreciative of having me on, which is great. 031 now doing long pits. So yeah, we will take a quick break from the commentators being on. You'll listen to the sights and sounds of the 24 hours of Daytona, brought to you by AC Friends. So once again, folks, thank you so very much. I will be back later, only really a couple of hours, but yeah, you'll have me on for the real nighttime parts of the stint. So we'll be about halfway through the race, and we'll obviously have Rahul for the end of the race tomorrow morning. So thank you, everyone. This has been your host, Mark Rio, here this afternoon, or I guess this evening if you're in Europe. So we'll see you in a couple of hours. You've been watching the 24 hours of Daytona presented by AC Friends. As it's hit 11 o'clock, Mark Rio signing off for now. See you in a couple of hours.
take